there could be this sudden outpouring of the Christ spirit in the world.
I think it's possible that's the return of Christ. Yeah.
We need to explain this presence, because if they show up,
artificial superintelligences produced in history that escape out into the outside.
You're over-relying on the government in studying this.
So implants are real. It's not a conspiracy theory, and hybrids are real. That's not a conspiracy theory.
Finds these giant bones, calls the Smithsonian. They come over, they investigate, they take the bones, they go back, and then it disappears. Like that happens over and over through these stories.
There is a global satanic religion that does operate aspects of cults around the world.
A global satanic religion?
They told me that we belonged to the cult of Baal.
This breeding process is very intricate, it's very delicate. They do a tremendous amount of genealogical research. They have agents all over the globe who are looking for certain bloodlines, but also certain psychic characteristics.
The CIA had a program to trace this alien DNA in certain families in the United States. Their capabilities and their abilities to do certain psionic things.
I have a strong belief that they have an interest in certain families, if you want to call them that.
And particularly their children were of interest to CIA.
It is a Phoenician satanic fertility cult.
People who have the technology to simulate UFO sightings. And people say, well, of course not. Who would do a thing like that? Well, I would remind you that during the Watergate investigation, it was discovered that there was a plan originated in the White House to surface a submarine off the coast of Cuba and paint the second coming of Christ over the island of Cuba using holograms.
What are referred to as gods or demons or angels or jinn, or insert whatever cultural or religious perspective you have.
And then they started sending me to a breeding compound.
A breeding compound?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you say then that some of the techniques used on you would be classified under the MK Ultra program?
Yes.
They've been weaponizing the means of creating split personality, programmed individuals.
A hierarchy. And at the top of the slide, what you're going to see is the top of the pyramid, the top of the hierarchy.
Sex magic, Nazi scientists, secret societies, launch rituals, rockets launched in time with pagan festivals.
All indications, like all of them, is that that lie is going to be that there is a craft slowly making its way to us here on Earth.
Zero Network is an AI-based defense network that is wrapped around the planet, and it's been here for pretty much forever.
And they're illuminated because
they're powered up. They're ready to go.
They're ready to do what?
They're using the images of Roman gods, and I would ask him. I said, "Why are you using the images of Roman gods? Why are you putting them on your mission patches and also utilizing Latin phrases from that time period? I mean, you're sending it up into space. Who up in space is going to read Latin?" And his answer was, our sponsors.
Hey guys, welcome to the channel and the video. I split this video into 2 parts because 8 hours would be too much. 4 hours seems to be okay because most of the things are interconnected, so I wouldn't want to interrupt the things. Make 4 parts, it would be confusing, I think. This first part will be part 1, mapping the surface narratives.
The following material includes documented programs as well as disputed claims. My goal here is simple: to present perspectives and analyze different patterns, not to assert any conclusions. That is up to you.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Lifting the Lamp. Tonight I'm going to do something a bit different. I'm going to try and do a video that's a bit more freeform, just me talking about my thoughts, some of the things that I've been thinking about and reflecting about, and see where it goes. I've been thinking a lot about the events of the world. I've been thinking about my own path, particularly when it comes to the angelic workings that I've done and the sort of responsibilities that has put on my shoulders. I feel like I'm reaching the end of a chapter with the spiritual work that I've been doing this year. I've actually gone back and looked again at the 49 tables of Logger, and I found a version of those tables that have been reconstructed by a guy called Cliff.
A good degree of confidence that the reason they're here is us. I think life, especially
sentient life is a precious thing. And I think to some, it might be a resource. I think humanity to some level is a resource for them.
Like a commodity?
Question 11.16. Questioner, what do the Crusaders do? Answer, I am Ra. The Crusaders move in their chariots to conquer planetary mind, body, spirit social complexes before they reach the stage of achieving social memory.
Possibly a commodity, possibly a form of entertainment, possibly medical related.
Think they live here?
Yes.
For all intents and purposes?
Yes.
Always?
I don't know about always, but it certainly appears that they have been here for most of recorded history. At least some element of this has been here for most of human recorded history.
Appropriate time to include a little more background on yourself, possibly information having to do with where you came from prior to your involvement with planet Earth, if this is possible. Answer, I am Ra. I am, with the social memory complex of which I am a part, one of those who voyaged outward from another planet within your own solar system, as this entity would call it. The planetary influence was that you call Venus.
You think we would see them if they didn't let us see them? Even with our more advanced sensors, that they pop up, but they can also disappear. And do they allow us to get these glimpses? Is that a game of some sort, I wonder? Or an education process?
It's a bizarre one that I could not understand if it is a game. I think they're both just as powerful as we think, but also less. And I think there is not a single they here. Certainly multiple factions of the same species, if not multiple species. And all the complexity that brings, which might be our best hope.
I think what we are dealing with is very, very, very old. I think old humans have written those down in religious stories. I think that it's quite clear that we have been influenced by something else.
We are a race old in your measures. When we were at the sixth dimension, our physical beings were what you would call golden. We were tall and somewhat delicate. Our physical body complex covering, which you call the integument, had a golden luster. In this form we decided to come among your peoples. Your peoples at that time were much unlike us in physical appearance, as you might call it. We, thus, did not mix well with the population and were obviously other than they. Thus, our visit was relatively short, for we found ourselves in the hypocritical position of being acclaimed as other than your other selves. This was the time during which we built the structures in which you show interest. Question 6.5. Questioner, how did you journey from Venus to this planet? Ra, we used thought.
What I have learned is that we live in a dream, a carefully constructed reality. We make use of a science that is tightly controlled and suppressed and distorted. I think we are left behind.
Humans.
I think normies, the normal humans, the people have been left behind. Us.
Question 8.2. Questioner, there was a portion of the material from yesterday which I will read where you say, there is a certain amount of landing taking place. Some of these landings are of your own people, some are of the group known to you as Orion. My first question is, what did you mean that some of the landings are of your peoples? Answer, I am Ra. Your peoples have, at this time space present, the technological achievement, if you would call it that, of being able to create and fly the shape and type of craft known to you as unidentified flying objects. Unfortunately for the social memory complex vibratory rate of your peoples, these devices are not intended for the service of mankind, but for potential destructive use. This further muddles the vibratory nexus of your social memory complex, causing a situation where neither those oriented towards serving others nor those oriented towards serving self can gain the energy power which opens the gates to intelligent infinity for the social memory complex. This in turn causes the harvest to be small.
You are on this council, but we do not grant you the rank of master.
What? How can you do this? This is outrageous.
Graduate program. And you can check out the conference called Exploring Gravity.
And hosted physical workshop called Confronting Gravity.
Confronting Gravity, that's right.
In March 2006.
Yeah, what is Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein is very focused on gravity.
Was it a gravity conference?
Yeah.
It was about gravity?
Yeah.
What the fuck was he doing talking about bloody gravity if he's a financier?
It was very important to get Nobel laureates and some of the smartest people on Earth to come to the Virgin Islands and talk about gravity. Stephen Hawking was there, David Gross was there, Lawrence Krauss was there, Lisa Randall was there, right before his conviction. And I'm telling you, he was very focused on the Harvard math department, and he knew all about me in ways that he wasn't supposed to.
I have to be clear. I have to be clear on my understanding of what you're saying. From what I understood, and you can say, Steve, I'm not going to answer that, whatever, but I just have to, because you've opened up a curiosity hole in my mind,
Sure.
so let me try and fill it, even if it's the conversation I had with Chris.
I'll just evade you.
Fine.
Yeah, fine.
Fine. You're within
Good.
the right
Wonderful.
to evade me, and I hold the right to ask, which is, what I'm hearing is you believe, and I'm just going to say it how I think it, is what I'm hearing is you believe that Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was planted in some way to interfere.
He was a construct. He was a construct, is what I said.
He was a construct in some way to mess with the progression of physics.
We have things flying in the Nevada desert that are 50 years beyond what you could comprehend. If you've seen it on Star Wars or Star Trek, we've been there, done that, or decided it wasn't worth the effort. So that's coming from Ben Rich. Ben Rich headed the Skunk Works between 1975 and 1991. This is the original letter from Ben Rich on Lockheed Advanced Aeronautics Company letterhead. I am a believer, and so is Kelly Johnson. And here it says, Dear Ben, there are two categories. A, man-made UFOs. B, extraterrestrial UFOs. Dear John, yes, I'm a believer in both categories. I feel everything is possible. Many of our man-made UFOs were unfunded opportunities. In both categories, there are lots of kooks and charlatans. Be cautious, Ben Rich.
Question 8.11. Questioner, would this type of craft come close to solving many of the energy problems as far as transport goes? Answer, I am Ra. The technology your peoples possess at this time is capable of resolving each and every limitation which plagues your social memory complex at this present nexus of experience. However, the concerns of some of your beings with distortions towards what you would call powerful energy cause these solutions to be withheld until the solutions are so needed that those with the distortion can then become further distorted in the direction of power.
People need to understand that we might have freedom of speech, but that has been subverted. We do not have freedom of inquiry. We are blocked from learning what we need to know. Just in the public world, we are blocked from advancing in science. We are taught false science intentionally to prevent us from learning more. We live in the Matrix. It's just much more boring than the movie.
So it's really been a season for me of tying up loose ends so far as the Gebethel ritual is concerned, so far as my work with the Enochian angels is concerned. I actually received one final revelation from the Enochian angels. I reopened the final gate using the missing call that I received, and I received a further revelation. And it was to do with the mysteries of the Christ, the esoteric mysteries of the Christ, and in particular, the true meaning of the second coming. And there's not much that I can reveal right now publicly, but suffice to say that there's been a lot of misconceptions about what the second coming means. It's not going to be like what the evangelical Christians think, like during the rapture. There's going to be Jesus coming down, flying down, like Goku on a cloud, you know, to beat all the forces of darkness with his superpowers and rescue all of the Christians by taking them up into the heavens before the world gets destroyed. That's not how it's going to happen. And then you've got the misconception that the second coming is going to be something like the first coming. And so you've got all of these cult leaders and megalomaniacs coming out and saying that it's them, that they are the reincarnation of Jesus, or that they are the Maitreya or the 10th avatar of Vishnu, or whatever it is, to say that it's them, they're the second coming. But of course, from the Gospels we know that that's not how the Christ would come again. He said in his own words that it wouldn't happen that way. And actually, what this second coming is, as it's been revealed to me, is it's like a theophany or a Christophany. The manifestation very suddenly of the presence of the divine to the human being, a kind of revelation of the divine presence by way of an experience of it. But it's going to be a theophany, a revelation that is available to all people. That sounds very esoteric and very abstract, and I'm still trying to understand it myself. The big clue seems to be the Christ saying that he would return on the clouds of heaven, and what the symbolism of clouds is throughout the Bible as a symbol of God's presence, and how some kind of phenomenon of the divine suddenly becoming imminent and tangible in terms of its influence upon the world throughout the Bible is always accompanied by symbolism of clouds or a cloud. But that's probably all I can say about that just for now. By some mystery, there could be this sudden outpouring of the Christ Spirit in the world, which represents the second coming. And I think it's closer than we think. Much closer.
What do you think that day is going to look like? If you thought you had to...
It says in Micah, in that glorious and beautiful day, he's coming back to save us all.
Do you look forward to that day?
Absolutely.
Do you have any fear about that day?
I fear my children and these crazy people that just can't get a hold of their whatever they're doing. I'm almost 63 years old. I've been through 11 or 12 presidents. And people my age, and your age, but especially my age, everything's happening now is completely not normal. And we all see the writing on the wall. We all see the players, some of these players. There's a lot behind the scene that we, especially, they're hidden, but we all see something ain't right. And there's got to be a cleansing. And the only thing that can change people is God. And the phenomena can change you inside, but there ain't going to be no change of humanity.
Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
There's going to be no change of humanity without having some spiritual thing come in and change us from the inside out there. And that's what's coming. And there's nothing nobody can do about it. They can squeal and squirm and try to make it look negative and ugly all they want, but it's not going to stop what's coming, according to her.
Question 8.12. Questioner, you also said that some of the landings at this time were of the Orion Group. Why did the Orion Group land here? What is their purpose? Answer, I am Ra. Their purpose is conquest, unlike those of the Confederation who wait for the calling. The so-called Orion Group calls itself to conquest. Question 8.13. Questioner, specifically, what do they do when they land? Ra, there are two types of landings. In the first, entities among your peoples are taken on their craft and programmed for future use. There are 2 or 3 levels of programming. First, the level that will be discovered by those who do research. Second, a triggering program. Third, a second and most deep triggering program crystallizing the entity, thereby rendering it lifeless and useful as a kind of beacon. This is a form of landing. The second form is that of landing beneath the Earth's crust, which is emptied from water. Again, in the general area of your South American and Caribbean areas and close to the so-called Northern Pole. The bases of these people are underground.
Since we were the crew that had put them in originally, we knew the area, we knew where the crevasse fields were, so that we wouldn't end up landing in a crevasse field and ending up losing the airplane. So we were the ones designated to go back out. So our mission that day was to go out and make contact with the science team and see what was happening or what was their status. And taxied up, and my loadmaster opened up the back end and lowered the ramp down, and they didn't even wait for the cargo to be loaded, because normally the cargo gets loaded first and then we bring the passengers on. They all, approximately 15 of them, just basically moved as quick as they could onto the aircraft and sat down in the seats. We loaded the equipment after. We pulled the pallet that had all the snowmobiles and their equipment on and closed up the aircraft. Now, operations, okay, you have to understand, you know, there wasn't really a lot of time for small talk or finding out anything at times. So nobody talked to the scientists until we got airborne again. So we got airborne and were on our way back to McMurdo, and that's when my loadmaster pressed his intercom and said, "Hey, engineer, can you come back here for a minute?" I said, "Yeah, I'll be right back." So I got out of my seat and went back there, and he said, my loadmaster looked at me and he said, "None of these people will talk to me. I mean, I'm offering them food and coffee, and they're either looking down at the floor at their feet, or they're looking at me and they've got this frightened look on their face." I said, "Really? Okay." So I said, "I'll talk to them." So I went back, and one of the guys, he was kind of looking at me, he was watching me walk back in there, and he was, basically keeping his eyes on me. So I went up to him and I said, "Hey, you okay?" And he didn't say anything. He just looked at me, and his eyes were like wide as they could be. And I says, "So where were you guys at? I mean, you guys were gone. And we went over and tried to find you, and you guys weren't there." And I said, "What happened?" And he wouldn't say anything. None of them would say a single word to us. I mean, my loadmaster, on the way back, I went back up to my seat and got strapped in, and my loadmaster continued to try and find out, talking to different people, trying to find out what went on, and none of them would say anything. But they all had that frightened look on their face.
Well, what do you do when you have somebody like, you mentioned Jim Semivan, right?
Yeah.
Jim Semivan comes out and blatantly, openly talks about a kind of an abduction experience.
That he and his wife
That he and his wife had. I mean, here's somebody very high up at CIA at the time, right? And this happens. What are the security implications?
Yeah.
Just stop right there. Just stop right there. Everybody listening, stop right there. A high-ranking member of CIA is abducted by an alien.
Yeah.
Or has that experience.
And I think it was fairly traumatic. I think
very traumatic.
His wife had
and his wife had a traumatic,
particularly bad experience. Yeah.
What are the security implications of that?
Yeah.
That's the story he hasn't told. I'm sure he will never tell. I mean, we know he was visited by people from the government, right? He pretty much is open about that. But then it dies. The story dies after that. What do you do? How do you handle that? How do you write up your report? Who sees that report? Who acts on that report? What are your recommendations based on that report? Think about it in terms of government. Think about it in terms of the intelligence agencies, the military. How do you handle that information? What do you do? If you're in that position, what do you do? How do you handle it?
Well, totally. And I think it's a really tricky problem. You probably try to do what they did through To the Stars Academy, where you try to let the thing out through like
you do what you can.
Media, you do what you can.
People, a lot of my audience members who have had UAP or crazy experiences like that, when they bring it up with people, they're very skeptical. They initially get the stigma immediately. People look at them like they're crazy. But you got the complete opposite from inside the CIA. How did he know about the back of your neck, or why would he bring up bleeding exactly? Did you get any more information on that?
They checked out us physically. They separated us. They wanted to look at our bodies to see if there were any. I had some strange markings on I thought with injuries on my back.
On your back?
They did.
Back in your neck?
It was my neck and my back area.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't seem.
You mean puncture wounds?
I felt like there was puncture wounds.
The back of your neck, or why would he bring up bleeding exactly? Did you get any more information on that?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, when you research the topic, and I've done that very, very much. I mean, I spend all my free time doing this. So it's when you research it, you know that there are, like I said, elements of these experiences, and they're pretty much the same worldwide. There are some elements that are a little bit different than others, but more or less the storyline is the same. The narrative is the same. You get abducted, you go onto a craft. Now, I don't remember any craft at all, but you have these things that happen, right? And there's a sequence of how they happen. And then usually at the end, there's what I think Peter Sturrock called a theophany, which is really a catharsis where people change. The best example of that is Chris Bledsoe, a dear friend of mine who, went from sheer terror at his experience to this wonderful, beautiful spiritual transformation. Now that happens. That did not happen with me. As a matter of fact, I'm not exactly the opposite, but I look at what happened to me as more of a human rights violation than anything else. It's more of a human rights violation than anything else. So I'm very very interested in trying to find out more about it, what it actually was, what it is. And I have to tell you, after 40 some odd years and speaking to everybody in the business, and I know them all, classified and unclassified, nobody has a clue.
Wow.
Really.
Wow.
Really, nobody has a clue.
It's a dark force. Because she told me, well, I'll tell you what she told me. This is what I put in writing, part of it. She said, there are people in power. I put this in writing in 2012. She said, there are people in power. And I'm not going to say where she focused my thoughts on that, but there's script in the book of Revelation.
Read the book of Revelations, whether you believe in the book or not, read it, because the men who are bringing this about are using it as their script.
To bring about Armageddon and the end of the world. They're doing it intentionally, and that's what she told me. And that's the very thing the main meat of the whole message I sent to these generals. So it makes sense, right?
Who is they?
I don't know who they are. I think they're Satanists. I think they're people that worship the dark force, that don't care for humanity and human life. And in fact, they're the total opposite of, they worship the devil. Or I don't know if there is a devil. I think it's a very dark force that is living full of dark entities that feed on you parasitically, like they'd be non-physical. They shape-shift. They take your mind over. They make you do crazy things. They deceive you, make you kill somebody, go crazy. Where the angelic world are the physical beings. They can come in here and light. These beings are made of light. The dark force is a parasitic race. And whoever's aligned with that is, according to the mother, the lady, is scripted in the book of Revelation. They don't want it to happen.
Why do they want it to happen?
I think it's the dark force. I think that they want to snuff out God. They don't want us to have God in our heart. Why do you think they did evolution? That's the biggest, dumbest thing I ever heard in my life, that every living thing come from a mud puddle, and it can't happen. It's just not possible. It's a laugh. It's a joke.
Babylon is in Iraq. Read the book of Revelations, whether you believe in the book or not, read it, because the men who are bringing this about are using it as their script.
Well, the UN did indeed charter Israel as a sovereign nation. They were the ones who created this state.
That is correct. It was really created by Great Britain and the United States, with the United States being the major instigant.
Okay, and the Jewish people were then being manipulated into believing it was for some other reason.
That's correct. They've always been manipulated. And I get people who still come to me all the time and say, Bill, you're all wrong. It's the Jews. The Jews are subverting the world. Man, it's not the Jews. It's not the Catholics. It's not the blacks. It's these men who belong to the ancient mystery schools, who meet in secret and decide the fate of the world. And they belong to all different races and all different nationalities and all different religions to the public point of view. But in secret, it's a different story.
How about the European community? Here seems, based on your theory, another group of sovereign nations coming together to form one government.
The European community, the EEC, was created by the Central Intelligence Agency, working through a lodge in Italy called the P2 Lodge. Propaganda 2 is the name of it, which is the intelligence arm of the Vatican, and Prince Bernard, who is the leader of the secret World Council that controls these secret societies around the world, called the Bilderberg Group. And that's the truth of the matter.
The descriptions, the symptoms of the exposure to whatever UFO is. And then there is a third level, which is where the level I was addressing in Messengers of Deception, which is a social level.
The impact on our culture.
Yes, and the impact on our belief systems. And at that level, and that's something that's very difficult to convey to the believers in UFOs, the believers in little green men from space, that at that level, it really doesn't matter whether UFOs are real or not. If enough people believe that something is real, then it is real in its effects.
In terms of the social reality.
In terms of the social reality, in terms of what people act according to their beliefs.
Yeah.
And that opens a question of, really at two levels, could the UFO phenomenon be manipulating us? Could it be a teaching system of some sort? Perhaps something that we are creating ourselves, perhaps a series of images that we are projecting. I think Carl Jung came very close to expressing that idea in one of his books. Or could it be manipulated purposely by people who have the technology to simulate UFO sightings? And people say, well, of course not. Who would do a thing like that? Well, I would remind you that during the Watergate investigation, it was discovered that there was a plan originated in the White House to surface a submarine off the coast of Cuba and paint the second coming of Christ over the island of Cuba using holograms, which is well within our technology today. The idea was that since there is a large Catholic population in Cuba, they would be so upset by this vision that this would saturate the communication channels, the telephone system in Cuba, long enough for an invasion to take place.
How interesting. I'd never heard of that.
Well, I think that's a classic in psychological warfare, but that kind of manipulation is well understood. And I have personally investigated several apparently genuine UFO cases where there was, in fact, a manipulation. My conclusion, the conclusion of scientists working with me, was that there was, in fact, a manipulation taking place, and that it was not a hoax on the part of the witnesses, but a hoax on the part of somebody much better organized than them.
So there are possibly all of these levels going on simultaneously.
Today, with the current technology, that would be possible. One of my interests, as you know, has been to look at ancient sightings, old sightings before World War II, for example, when there is really no confusion with modern technology. And if people describe, say, 1925 or in 1825, a disc flying through the air, then it can only have been very, very few phenomena could have produced it.
And there have been some well-documented sightings going back to the 19th century, for example.
There was, starting in 1896 and going into the spring of 1897, there was a remarkable wave of sightings of airships. Those were described as oval objects flying through the sky with lights on them. And of course, the people in those days could only compare it to dirigibles, only compare them to airships. And those objects were capable of doing all the things that UFOs do today, including taking off very quickly and making 90-degree turns and landing and occupants coming out of them. And if nothing else, I think this is part of our folklore. This is something that we should be studying as part of our folklore.
I think it's possible that's the return of
Christ.
Yeah.
Question 17.21. Questioner, what density is the entity known as Jesus in now? Answer, I am Ra. This information is harmless though unimportant. This entity studies now the lessons of the wisdom vibration, the fifth density, also called the light vibration. Question 17.22. Questioner, in our culture there is a saying that he will return. Can you tell me if this is planned? Answer, I am Ra. I will attempt to sort out this question. It is difficult. This entity became aware that it was not an entity of itself but operated as a messenger of the one creator whom this entity saw as love. This entity was aware that this cycle was in its last portion and spoke to the effect that those of its consciousness would return at the harvest. The particular mind, body, spirit complex you call Jesus is, as what you would call an entity, not to return except as a member of the Confederation speaking through a channel. However, there are others of the identical congruency of consciousness that will welcome those to the fourth density. This is the meaning of the returning.
Okay. Nobody is saying anything is true. We're just here to amass and collect data. Now we're moving into more religion, but more focusing on the Vatican, how they might be very central to all of this, and how history has maybe hidden scientific progress, just like Matthew Brown talks about. And Vatican might be a very integral part of that.
This was in 2013 is when I really got that message from her, because that's when I was asked by the Pentagon, by 2 Air Force generals, to put it in writing what she told me. And I did. And this was on the request from NASA, a friend at NASA. So he come and got it and hand-delivered it to these generals.
Well, I don't want to forget this because we were talking about Tyler. You go to the Vatican Observatory with him.
Yes.
And he has a conversion experience.
Yes.
And
yeah.
so, okay, can we talk about that? Because that seems like this
Yeah.
profound thing where he bursts into tears and he says, all I want to do, I don't care if I ever go back into the space program. All I want to do is help people.
I think when I did American Cosmic, which was the first book about UFOs, again, which I never thought I'd be studying, I encountered this man, Tyler, and he works for the Space Force, and he's been working for the Space Force since the whole space shuttle program. Okay, and he's a special kind of person. He's a mission controller, but he does a lot of other things too. But he's also a multimillionaire space rocket scientist. I mean, just so strange. And I called him Tyler after the character in Fight Club because that's who he reminded me of. He reminded me of that character in Fight Club because he had this. First of all, he has more than 44 patents, and they're all related to space. And the Space Force has a special place for him, like he's special, right? What I found was that he was practicing these types of protocols. I call them protocols because they reminded me of Plato and monastic traditions, the traditions of monks and things. So he would make sure that he got sunshine. He would make sure that he got plenty of sleep. He would not have too much caffeine. He exercised a lot. He boxed, right? So he was also a fighter. And he tried to stay away from people. I know it sounds weird, but that's what monks do. They try to stay, they try to like monitor their input of people because those people can actually take them off their game or something like that. But so this guy was put into another mental state. And during this mental state, he said that he could receive calculations, he could receive information, he could receive things, and then he could gather a group of scientists, and he wouldn't tell them where he came from because he honestly thought they were coming from these things outside of space-time, kind of like ETs or something, off-planet intelligences.
Which Tesla also believed.
And the people who started our own Space Force believed it. So this isn't common knowledge. That's what I found, is like a lot of people they don't know this history of the American Space Force and the Russian Space Force. Very much the same. Yeah, because he was really doing a lot of this. He wasn't really conscious about what he was doing. He was just doing it, right? This was his job. He was doing it since he was really young, and he was really good at it. He knew what to do. He knew how to do it, okay? So then when he met me, I told him what he was doing. And that forced him to start to think about, wait, this has been happening?
Yeah.
And so when we went to the Vatican, this priest comes up to him and then they engage. And then the priest somehow immediately decides that he's going to take on Tyler like a mentor or something. Then that's when we went to the observatory. And in the observatory is the Catholic observatory. It's run by a Jesuit monk.
The viewers get the larger picture and become focused on it. We'd like to start with a headline first, something like Loren Murray, Jesuits seek to defeat all democracies, establish one world religion and government, and a sole source economy. Could you bring in all these concepts of corporate name change and world domination strategy and bring us back 5 centuries and tell us all about the origin of the Society of Jesus, which is a reversal on the name of Jesus, and the banned nefarious conspiracy known as the Jesuits?
Well, I'd like to start with a statement by Napoleon when he was imprisoned. And he had a very rough time with the Jesuits. And I do like a lot of the things he said because he lived it, he walked it, he was in their house and they were in his. So this is a quote from Napoleon. The Jesuits are a military organization, not a religious order. Their chief is a general of an army, not the mere father abbot of a monastery. And the aim of this organization is power. Power in the most despotic exercise, absolute power, universal power, power to control the world, by the volition of a single man. Jerusalem is the most, Jesuitism is the most absolute of despotisms, and at the same time, the greatest and most enormous of abuses. The general of the Jesuits insists on being master, sovereign, and over the sovereign. Whenever the Jesuits are admitted, they will be masters, cost what it may. Their society is by nature dictatorial, and therefore it is the irreconcilable enemy of all constituted authority. Every act, every crime, however atrocious, is a meritorious work if committed for the interest of the Society of Jesuits or by the order of the general. And that's from a book titled Memorial of the Captivity of Napoleon at St. Helena by General Montholon. So in a nutshell, that's a very, very good description and summary of the most cogent points and the most dangerous aspects of the Jesuits.
And what was the context in which Napoleon gave that? I mean, why would Napoleon have come up against the Jesuits?
Well, because they run the world. They run all the wars. They caused World War I and World War II. They caused the French Revolution. They caused the Napoleonic Wars. It's because they're in our life all day and all night long.
Information,
Some detailed information
about
on
Napoleon
Bonaparte and one of his generals. Napoleon Bonaparte and one of his generals.
From a book titled Memorial of the Captivity of Napoleon at St. Helena by General Montholon.
Some detailed information
about Napoleon
Bonaparte and one of his generals.
And so he asked the questions of one of these human beings that was channeling.
Oh yeah, the voice change and everything. The voice change of the person completely.
Okay.
And
it identified itself as a spirit guide.
Oh, yeah. Spirit counselor, yeah.
Okay, a spirit counselor. And then proceeded to tell him all the events that he was asking, answer his question.
I was invited to go by Brother Guy Consolmagno. He is the director of the Vatican Observatory, which is the observatory of the Vatican. It's been around since the 1800s. And he's a Jesuit. He went to the school I went to. So one of his IDs, I don't know which one, he shows to the guy who's the security at the secret archive. And he said he dropped his wallet and he went down to pick it up. And when he looked up, he saw his face on the screen of the guy's computer. And he was in. And as soon as he got in, he met a priest who was an American, and we got access. So that's when when he changed my idea of Catholic history, he also changed my idea of the Vatican. So when we got to the Vatican, I couldn't believe it. I was like, how come this guy has way more access than me? How did he get that access? So it was a mystery to me. But he also pointed out a couple things too. So there's some really, really scary guards in the Vatican itself that don't look like the Swiss guards. Like they look like militia guys. They have these, I'm not well versed in guns, but they look like they have like machine guns, right? And you can't go anywhere. Like I was holding on to Father Kelty, who was showing us around, in the Vatican and helping us out. Like if I was away from him, I was fearful of my life because these guys were mean. They're like, "Why are you here?" kind of thing. So, Vatican has some incredible security. Also, Tyler pointed some things out to me. So we were at the Vatican observatory, and in the gardens, they have a beautiful garden there, the papal gardens, in fact. And there were these gardeners. And he said, "See the gardeners?" And yes. And he said, "Are they gardening?" And I looked at them and no, they were not gardening. And what were they doing? So he was pointing out to me intelligence at, like Secret Service type people at the Vatican. He could spot them. And when he would show them to me, it was like my eyes, like I didn't see it before. To me, I just in my mind registered gardener, and that was it. I didn't even bother looking at them. But no, they weren't gardening. And if they were, they should be fired because they were bad, right? They weren't gardening. They were posing as gardeners. So that was all over. I saw that. And so I saw the Vatican in a completely different light when I was there. And we did find interesting information that the kind of thing that he was looking at, which is UAP stuff, looked to be exactly like angel contact events. He became very religious after that.
Why? I've heard that the Vatican has the largest observatory or the biggest telescope.
Okay, so
is that true?
Yeah, no, it's not the biggest telescope. They have telescopes that are large. They may have just purchased one. They have two observatories, one in Arizona and one in Castel Gandolfo, which is in Rome, near Rome. Not in Rome, but near Rome. They may have, why?
Yeah,
well,
why did
they had it before we did, right? So they've been scientists before Americans were scientists.
Okay.
So it's not, once you start to understand it, it's not weird.
Okay.
It's like, I know it sounds weird because you're not used to thinking about the Vatican has these telescopes. What are they doing? But, think about it, Descartes, all those guys, scientists and Catholics, so European Catholics. So once you understand that Catholicism has been, around for many, many years, you start to recognize that most of the scientists in the Western tradition have been Catholic, or on the outs with Catholics. So Catholics have been around, they've been doing science. So Brother Guy Consolmagno is the director of this thing called the Vatican Observatory, and they still do science. So they're scientists and Catholics.
So what
to the origin of the satanic rituals and belief, that the Templars were accused of idolatry and of worshiping Bahamut. Could you tell us about that?
Yes. Well, part of the reason that King Philip accused them of these perverted forms of cultic practices and rituals. First of all, he objected to their secrecy and the hidden hand that was part of their organization. If they were true Christians, many people believe they should have been open about everything, and that's absolutely true. But they were not. And as King Philip brought it up, more and more people came forward and began talking about what they'd seen and observed, exactly like what is happening in response to Kevin Annette's attempts to expose the pedophile rings in the Catholic Church.
So let's go over this ninth circle a bit more slowly then, Kevin.
Yeah.
When was it first introduced, the ninth circle?
Vatican records describe it being formed in the time of the Jesuits in the 1500s. And the Jesuits using it as a political device to control popes, cardinals, and kings and politicians all over Europe. And so don't forget, the Jesuits were formed to kill Queen Elizabeth I. That was their first kind of act. She was the only Protestant monarch opposing Rome. And the Spanish, about the Spanish Armada trying to invade England, that Jesuits were formed right at that time as a secret army. And this is one of the weapons of the secret army, right? They also based it on very old Roman rituals, which we've talked about. And that's, that energy center in Rome, and the Jesuit headquarters right down the road from St. Peter's Square. It's literally on the same street, the San Lorenzo Church. That was where the first ninth circle ceremonies were actually held. And that's from Vatican records. Also, other references over the centuries, eyewitnesses describing that. And it's sprouted all over the world now. It goes by different names. Like, as I'll talk about in a while, that picture of the Vancouver Club. In Canada, it's called the 12 Mile Club. And that's because they operate, when we shone a light on the Vancouver Club back in the 90s, they moved their practices offshore onto yachts, and then they go outside the 12-mile territorial limit, dump the bodies. Yeah, that's the spot. Now, I've actually, recently, we've been talking to city workers in Vancouver, because this building, right downtown Vancouver on the waterfront, it's perched above the vast kind of tunnel network that exists under Vancouver. Dating from about the 1880s, when the city was first founded, the early bootleggers used these tunnels to bring in the booze. But then later, the government and the churches and that took it over, because all of the major churches run right along that axis, along what's called Burrard Street. It's like an energy line.
And other satanic practices. And so the Pope finally, and this was not known until a lost document was located in the Vatican basement, filed in 1600 in the wrong file. And a woman came across it. It's called the Chinon Parchment. And it was written, it's dated August 17th to 20th, 1308. And Pope Clement V absolved the Knights Templars from all heresy charges, but he disbanded them completely in 1312. And that was probably because he was aware of the satanic practices and heresies and their following of, for instance, the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah was from the Babylonian period, and it was from a cult that practiced magic and satanic rituals and things like that. Now, that cult, those satanic cults from the Babylonian period have carried through time, through various groups.
So looking real quickly at, again, the image from Dylan Monroe, look at the very top here, cult of Baal. What is the entire world set upon? Baal worship and human sacrifice. And from these two energies, Baal worship and human sacrifice, we get the Canaanites, the Pharaohs, the kings of Babylon. That's the beginning.
At that time, there was an enormous emergence of information. The Catholics had long since learned the effects of trauma on the human mind. They'd learned it and kept records of it for so many years, with such things as the Spanish Inquisition and other aspects where people who didn't follow the belief systems were wiped out. The Crusaders had also recorded a great deal of information pertaining to trauma on the human mind. This information was being merged with the Hitler-Himmler research that the CIA had taken and had been advancing on. The combination of the merging of the information was very powerful.
It's interesting that immediately before the Renaissance, you had these huge UFO battles over various European cities. And they're reflected in the broadsheets of the time, the newspapers of the time. In Basel, Switzerland, in Nuremberg, in Germany, they show these huge battles between objects in the sky.
Really?
And yeah, and some of them, I mean, you can, you know, Vallet's reprinted them in Wonders in the Sky. There are a number of texts on the UFO phenomenon. These are newspapers that show huge triangular craft, spheres of various colors, attacking each other, some of them falling from out of the sky, in battles that took place in several places over Central Europe.
This is like 15th century? Or?
Just before the Renaissance, 1400s.
1400,
yeah. So just before the... So to me, that looks like the rebel faction gaining ground and opening up a space for humanity to progress again for a while, right? Now, there was also...
Whoa, that's interesting. So you think that like these celestial battles take place right before there's some airdropping of human technology or something?
Look, I don't want to reduce human agency, you know, by calling it an airdropping, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a little help, right? But at the very least...
Valet would say donations.
Yeah, yeah. And at the very least, there was a safeguarding of a space for human development and, you know, the rebirth of ingenuity and so forth. But then, you know, as I was mentioning earlier, let's say the Jesuit order tried to capture that and control it again. Let's say the Jesuit order tried to capture that and control it again through, a front man like Descartes, where you had somebody like Giordano Bruno developing a very holistic sort of, how can I put it, hermetic, alchemical matrix for what could have been a very different form of modern science. And that was destroyed through the reductive, dualistic model of Descartes, right? Where everything in the physical world can only be understood in terms of mechanistic causality, and then whatever spiritual can't be discussed rationally, and therefore, the church continues to have a monopoly over that discourse. So there were attempts to then basically suffocate the Renaissance and warp the energies of the Renaissance to have it miscarry into what became materialistic, reductionistic modern science.
It's run by a Jesuit monk who's, an astronomer.
MIT trained.
Yeah. He's like really, he and Tyler can have some good conversations, right? So the people that are there and populate the observatory are the kind of people that would be like in the space program, but they're super religious, they're Catholic. Mm-hmm. And so I had this feeling that when Tyler met them, that it would be over for him, mm-hmm. that he would definitely know that there was, there was something great and truthful, and, there was something like a God, right?
Only medicine, history, science, religion, that all of society knows is the ones that have been given to them, handed down to them by the leadership. And look at history. Look at history. Look at what's in the center of this artwork. The Vatican. The Vatican. Rome never fell. See there on the left? It never fell. It combined with Judea to form the Roman Catholic Church. This is a power institution. And then out of that became the rulers of the world. Look, the Khazars, the Khazarian Mafia, the Knights Templar. These are the rulers of the world, the Masons, the Jesuits. Then Switzerland in 1291, that marks the beginning of the financial takeover of the world. Black nobility. The nobility that you don't know and that you've never heard about. That's when they took over the world, right here, 1291. This is self-organizing. What you see is evil self-organizing. The earth, nature, is a self-organizing institution, so to speak.
Permission to go in the Vatican archives. Well, my friend from NASA that I was working with from the NRO wanted to be a part, so he was allowed to go with her. And 3 of them went to the archives, and when they were there, they were texting me and sending me pictures of angels coming out of orbs that are painted on the wall in the Vatican, and a message from the Pope that he said, we know that they're angels and that they don't mean you no harm, but if you get too close to them, don't let them get too close, because their energy can cause damage to your body. In fact, we know that St. Francis of Assisi had an orb get too close to him and zapped him, and he died 2 years later from his wounds. And she said, we know for sure in today's lenses it was rheumatoid arthritis, the same thing you got.
Then he decided to convert, and here I am doing this, this study for years and years, and then this kind of happens. But also what happens is he changes his idea of what these things are that he's feeling he's getting signals from. So he feels that they're more in line with because we were studying saints who had these experiences, and he was thinking that they're more in line with what they were, experiencing too.
Many months later.
Of the group, the cult, as you call it.
Yeah.
All right. And it's easy to see. Well, for those who can see it, it's easy to see. Some people don't want to see it.
Right.
Okay. So once you see it, you're like, okay. But then to live it, this is what I felt like happened to me. So in 2012, after I started the study of UFOs, I recognized that the management of that message of the UFO for the American public had been organized not just from the 1940s, but really from earlier, from early 20th century. And once I started to recognize and even meet the people who were responsible for managing this in a very cohesive, tight way, very specific, that's when I recognized that it was that, I felt it. I guess that's the difference, was that before I just saw it on the sideline You know, like we talk about it now, you and I, and it looks like we're talking about it from the sideline. We're saying, yeah, this is really bad, what they're doing and stuff. But I was part of it. I saw it. I know those people. They talked to me about it. They talked to me about why they were doing it. And they said, Diana, you don't want to help these people. They would kill you if you had something that they wanted. Like, these are not good people, is what they were saying about
these people specifically.
The general population. They were talking about the general population.
The general population would kill you.
That's what they were saying. They were saying that these people only do good because they have to do good. They are actually bad. And so this was the argument I was getting. So it caused me to eject these people from my life, for one, but also to do, to understand more deeply. And believe me, I've already thought a lot about the problem of evil. I've spent my life reading about it and doing, talking about it with people. And, what can we do? I recognize we can't do anything except work on ourselves. And that's where I had to reread some of those texts, like the Plato text that I talked about. He talks about your idea of evil, that, perhaps, or he calls it unjustice. And he says that perhaps people are unjust just because, there needs to be injustice for other people to recognize it and then to do this thing. How do we create a just society? That's his question.
Right.
And I don't think so he doesn't actually answer that question with words, but he does it through giving stories. And one of the stories is the allegory of the cave, where, that allegory, it's like the Matrix, right? It's like, where people are they're being tied up and there's puppeteers who are showing them these shadows on the wall and they take that for reality. But somehow some person gets out and they see. Well, what he's talking about is this mystical tradition that you and I have talked about early when we started talking.
Around this same time, J. Bennett Johnston subjected me to some other mind manipulation that involved, instead of an occult theme, an alien theme. Now these guys who are manipulating my mind and programming me for mind control purposes claimed, and these criminals in control of our country as well, claimed to be gods, demons, and aliens, in order that I feel totally helpless, in order that I felt like they were beyond my realm to affect. And it certainly worked at that time. J. Bennett Johnston told me that he was an alien. He told me that he had been part of the Philadelphia experiment, and when the ship disappeared, it came back a spaceship.
Their program, which was named Star Wars, was in fact a program in which we were taken aboard so-called alien spacecrafts, which were in tunnels in Colorado, which were not real spaceships, nor were they real aliens. We were simply induced with drugs so that we would not render reality to anything that we would see. And later on, if we ever related this information, it would come out and appear as if we were crazy.
Okay, so the next stuff will also sound a bit crazy, but just hang in there. I'm just sharing it with you just to give you an overview, because these people are real people that worked in the government. What they're saying might be true or not true, but at least it's worth uncovering and taking into consideration and into the equation.
But everybody knows everybody else. The problem that I have is that it gets tighter and tighter and tighter. And it's the same thing with the Nine, this famous thing that I talk about in Sinister Forces, right? You have these disparate individuals. You think they have nothing in common, nothing to do with each other. And then you pull at a certain thread and they all come together. Right?
So tell us who are the Nine?
Well, it actually connects to this whole story too, in its own way. So you have the Nine. Of course, this was in 1952 to 1953. There's this famous guy, not famous yet at the time, Andrija Puharich, a guy with medical training and technical training. He's involved in technology, for medical purposes and stuff. But he also gets involved with a bunch of sort of borderline psychic people, right? Back in the late 40s, early 50s, there were seances and there was like psychic phenomena research and stuff going on. J.B. Rhine was doing his thing, studying ESP. And so you have a guy like Puharich who finds himself up in the woods in Maine. He was supposed to be back in the city. He was going to go to take up a position in California, I think. But he gets involved with these people. And to make a long story short, there's a seance that's held in late 52, early 53. I think it was the New Year's Eve of 52 to 53.
These contacts I've had, and I hope we can get all this material out so you can read the nitty-gritty details as it has built up over since we made the first contact that I didn't mention on December 31st, 1952. So it's been a 37-year collection of wisdom, and just to feel the good vibes of these people, I'm talking about them, is very important. There's so much confusion on that one area. And, we have Satanists to confound the issue. And, we have Satanists to confound the issue. We have all kind of people with weird ideas. They're not straight arrows in the sense we're talking about, ethically, morally, biologically, and so on and so on. They're not straight arrows in the sense we're talking about, ethically, morally, biologically, and so on and so on. So anyway, that's about all I can say at this point. But
we were able to clothe ourselves in a replica visible in the third density of our mind, body, spirit complexes in the sixth density. We were allowed this experiment by the council which guards this planet. Question 6.8. Questioner, where is this council located? Ra, this council is located in the octave or eighth dimension of the planet Saturn, taking its place in an area which you understand in third-dimensional terms as the rings.
And I had Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 data, and that I inspected and studied for quite a while. And that's when I wrote the first book, and I was so surprised at what I found that it took me like the 4 years to get the book published, because I wasn't sure that what I had was really right. And so I looked in many articles and books to see, oh yeah, this sort of fits what they're talking about there. Okay, you're okay, so publish it. And so the book came out in 1985.
Okay, and that's the Ringmakers.
That's the Ringmakers.
But the other one, this one.
That's 1971. I had left Lockheed.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Well, did we build it?
Pardon?
Did we build it? Who built it? The craft?
I don't know who built it, but what I found out is these things inhabit Saturn. That's where I first discovered them. And they're proliferating. They're now at Uranus and Jupiter. Wherever you see some rings now, why, that's one of these.
You see the craft?
Yeah, I call it a ringmaker. Yeah.
Okay, you call it a ringmaker.
Yeah, and I can say it's electromagnetic because I could identify streamline patterns with respect to it that I knew were what we call potential lines, and that says it was electrical. When I worked at Lockheed, I had documents that were indeed top secret.
Really? Wow.
Oh yeah, and then I went through the first generation of the Polaris underwater launch vehicle, and then I got tapped to go behind closed doors.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and I was there for till I got claustrophobia.
3 doors to get to your...
Yeah, I had to sign my life away for 30 years.
Wow. Is it still in effect right now?
No.
No? So could you tell me anything?
No.
You can't?
Mm-mm.
Why? What would happen?
I'd prefer not to find out.
Question 7.10. Questioner, you mentioned the 9 who sit on the council. Is this a circumflex euro 09 a circumflex euro, the same 9 as those mentioned in this book? Questioner gestures to Yuri. Answer, I am Ra. The Council of Nine has been retained in semi-undistorted form by two main sources, that known in your naming as Mark and that known in your naming as Henry. In one case, the channel became the scribe. In the other, the channel was not the scribe. However, without the aid of the scribe, the energy would not have come to the channel. Question 7.11. Questioner, the names that you spoke of, were they Mark Probert and Henry Paharich? Were they Mark Probert and Henry Paharich? Answer, I am Ra. This is correct. The social memory complex desiring this project lays it before the Council of Saturn. If it is approved, quarantine is lifted. Question 7.9. Questioner, I have a question about that council. Who are the members and how does the council function? Answer, I am Ra. The members of the council are representatives from the Confederation and from those vibratory levels of your inner planes bearing responsibility for your third density. The names are not important because there are no names. Your mind, body, spirit complexes request names, and so, in many cases, the vibratory sound complexes which are consonant with the vibratory distortions of each entity are used. However, the name concept is not part of the council. If names are requested, we will attempt them. However, not all have chosen names. In number, the council that sits in constant session, though varying in its members by means of balancing, which takes place, what you would call irregularly, is 9. What you would call irregularly is 9. That is the session council. To back up this council, there are 24 entities which offer their services as requested. These entities faithfully watch and have been called guardians. The council operates by means of what you would call telepathic contact with the oneness or unity of the 9, the distortions blending harmoniously so that the law of one prevails with ease. With the oneness or unity of the 9, the distortions blending harmoniously so that the law of one prevails with ease. When a need for thought is present, the council retains the distortion complex of this need, balancing it as described, and then recommends what it considers as appropriate action. This includes 1. The duty of admitting social memory complexes to the Confederation, 2. Offering aid to those who are unsure how to aid the social memory complex, requesting aid in a way consonant with both the call, the law, and the number of those calling, that is to say, sometimes the resistance of the call. 3. Internal questions in the council are determined. These are the prominent duties of the council. They are, if in any doubt, able to contact the 24 who then offer consensus judgment thinking to the council. The council then may reconsider any question.
And there are 9 people involved in the seance. Now, these are not just some casual 9 people you pick up like, your neighbors or something, right? This was a DuPont and an Astor and a Forbes. I mean, everybody that represents the blue-blooded Brahmins of American society, old money people, were at a seance, a freaking seance, right? In the woods in Maine on New Year's Eve. These people don't do New Year's Eve that way normally, right? There's big parties and there's champagne and there's God knows what. In this case, they're all sitting around a seance table with Andrea Puharich. And one of them is the guy who was the inventor of the Bell helicopter, right? So
Is that Arthur Young?
Arthur Young. So Arthur Young is there with his wife. His wife is Ruth Forbes Payne Young, right? She had a lot of names. She was excessively nomenclatured. And so you have, Ruth Forbes Payne Young. She's a Forbes. She was married to a George Payne, Lyman Payne, and also married to Arthur Young. So she had all of these pedigrees all mixed in together. And she was the best friend of, I think her name was Mary Douglas, if I'm not mistaken, who was the paramour of Alan Dulles. So Alan Dulles, which keeps coming up in these conversations, his girlfriend is the best friend of Ruth Young, married to Arthur Young. So already there's this weird connection, right? And when I say best friends, I mean they told each other everything.
You, and I hope you'll explain this, and I'll get out of the way in a second, but you kind of stumbled into an extended research project on this topic. Are there actual occult connections to Hollywood, to political figures, to technological advances, to the leaders of our society? Are some of them actually practicing occult religion?
Yeah, Tucker, it's about as weird as you said. Some would say, I think we're going to find out, even weirder.
Your friend, George, took you and Roland to this mansion where people worshipped the demons. What was it like there? What kind of people were there?
Well, it was a big surprise for me, as I kind of made up my mind an idea that they were going to be rough-looking characters. But as we entered the place, I was amazed to see that they were all very well dressed, well mannered, and that a lot of the people, as we were being introduced to people, were professionals, doctors, attorneys, a lot of business people. And see what they had a praise session to the gods.
So there is structural injustice and there's structural evil, and it doesn't seem like we can fight. That's what I learned from doing the UFO. I learned that there were these things, UFOs, but more intensely and more personally, I learned that the government was doing this, and that's what was upsetting to me most.
So I want to take it back to that, because a lot of this is probably hard to follow for people that aren't like well read in this. When you say that they have been engineering or orchestrating public perception of this experience from the beginning, what's the earliest known instance of this?
We have documents that talk about Project Blue Book, and that's they're managing the perception, the public perception of UFOs. It goes back to like 47 even, with Roswell and that kind of thing. There's another, and this is what I've found, is that there's an oral tradition that is part of the communities that run these programs, like the UFO programs, right? And that information is carried within people. It's not written down. Information is carried within people. It's not written down.
Because we had to go under Paul Bonassi's name because he's the body.
Well, who's Mikey?
Mikey's a personality who contains more information than Paul ever did, because Paul's life was just like nothing.
It's not written down. They even have a word for not writing it down. When they're going to have these meetings, they have this special term, and everybody puts down everything,
What's the term?
It's called pencils up.
Pencils up.
Yeah.
So pencils up means they're just going to discuss these things, and then that's the only record of it.
It's the oral tradition. Now, why I was able to look at this is because I had done work looking at oral traditions in religious communities. Like, oral traditions go back 10,000 years, whereas written traditions are like 2,000 years old. Oral traditions are actually more accurate than we think they are. We tend to think of it as telephone game, but you can get a lot of information from oral traditions, and this is actually how a lot of classified information is kept, through oral tradition.
Especially in a very disciplined and structured environment like high-level military.
Yeah.
So they have a perception, and one of the things that you said earlier is that they think that the greater population is not good, and that they will turn on you, and that they're evil, and
that's one faction. So what I found was that there were several different factions within the perception management of UFOs. And one of the factions was responsible for sadly harassing people who do research. And I found this out by being harassed. Who has talked about this before? And so for me, going to books is like what I do. So I looked back and I saw that, again, Plato's Republic, it talks about the cave. The allegory of the cave is like where you're in this cave and people are creating a fictional world. It's basically the Matrix. So if you haven't read Plato's Republic, the Matrix is about it. And then you've got Brave New World was Plato's, an update of Plato's Republic. And then 1984 was also an update of the allegory of the cave. So this is the idea that there's something that's being hidden from us. And there are characters who are hiding it from us. And like in 1984, they're terrible, right? They're going to try, there's a never-ending war, right, in 1984. And so people have been through this depression, Sean, and have like talked about it. And it made me more depressed because I was like, damn, it looks structural. It looks like this is just the structure of the world. Who else has said this? Well, Jesus did. Jesus said this. Jesus said, you must live in the world, but not be of it. Mm-hmm. Jesus also spoke in parables, which was code. He was speaking to his own audience, okay? He was speaking to the audience who had ears to hear, okay? So that's when I was like, now I finally understand. Like, it takes me a while to really get something. So I had to go through those experiences in order to truly understand that not everybody's going to get it. And yeah, they're going to look like you call it demonic. I might call it they're in the Matrix. Like, there's different words to describe it, but they're not awakened to something that you and I feel like they should be awakened to. And in fact, they're hurting themselves, okay? See? So it's like something that's maybe the way it is.
When you talk about, some of this being structural, and it sounds like over generations and generations.
It seems like it. I mean, if Socrates is talking about it, and then, through Plato, and then Jesus is talking about it, and then it gets redone in every generation, Brave New World, 1984, The Matrix in the 1990s, like it's the same kind of recognition.
There are other functions, however, some of them more legitimate than others. One is to run secret wars. Another thing is to disseminate propaganda to influence people's minds. And this is a major function of the CIA. And unfortunately, of course, it overlaps into the gathering of information. You have contact with a journalist, you will give him true stories, you'll get information from him, you'll also give him false stories. You also work on their human vulnerabilities to recruit them in a classic sense, to make them your agent so that you can control what they do, so you don't have to set them up sort of, by putting one over on them. So you can say, here, plant this one next Tuesday.
Can you do this with responsible reporters?
Yes, the Church Committee brought it out in 1975, and then Woodward and Bernstein put an article in Rolling Stone a couple of years later. 400 journalists cooperating with the CIA, including some of the biggest names in the business, to consciously introduce the stories into the press.
Well, give me a concrete example of how you use the press this way.
Well, for example, in my war, the Angola War that I helped to manage, 1/3 of my staff was propaganda. I had propagandists all over the world, principally in London, Kinshasa, and Zambia. We would take stories which we would write and put them in the Zambia Times, and then pull them out and send them to a journalist on our payroll in Europe. But his cover story, you see, would be that he had gotten them from his stringer in Lusaka, who had gotten them from the Zambia Times. But after that point, the journalists, Reuters and AFP, the management was not witting of it. Now, our contact man in Europe was, and we pumped just dozens of stories about Cuban atrocities, Cuban rapists. We didn't know of one single atrocity committed by the Cubans. It was pure, raw, false propaganda to create an illusion of communists, eating babies for breakfast.
You think that there may be families or what? I mean, who holds the key?
Okay, so you're asking who are the puppet masters?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I asked too. So when we're taught in college or high school, we're taught the Plato's Republic thing, the allegory of the cave. And, if you pay attention, you note that these people are in a cave and these puppet masters are making puppets on the wall, and people think that that's reality. And then one lucky person gets out and goes up out of the cave and says, wow, there's a whole reality out here. I have an obligation to go back and tell these people that they're in a cave. They go back to tell the person they're in the cave, and this is how Socrates talks about it, says, they'll kill you because they think you're crazy. And in fact, they think that person is crazy.
It seems like Jacques Vallée is roughly kind of Gnostic in his orientation. So do you think that we're living in some sort of lower prison planet and, our senses are all there to sort of mislead us and we need to somehow escape in some sort of disembodied way? Or what's your sort of, take on that?
You're talking about Fight Club again. Some of us are in prison, right? Some of us have seen The Exit. There was a famous author, Wilhelm Reich, the inventor of the orgone box and orgone therapy and all of that. But he was very well known. He was anti-communist and anti-fascist both at a time when that position was untenable in this country anyway. So he was against authoritarianism in general. And he wrote a book about that. And he has this image that I've never forgotten, that we're all in this prison, we're all in this box, but there's an exit sign. There's a big sign with the shining letters, exit. But the guy who points to that exit and says, there's the exit, gets immediately beaten by everybody else in the prison. And that image has stayed with me for a very long time. There's an exit sign, right? There's a way out. We know what the way out is. We're just, we're afraid of it. We're too distracted by everything else. But the idea of becoming free in oneself is there. It's just a question of wanting to do it badly enough that you're going to beat down the people who are trying to stop you from getting there, to get to that exit.
Okay. So, all right. So that's kind of the setup. My question has always been, and then you talk about it as a metaphor in college and stuff, and your professor talks about it. But my question was and my daughter, by the way, took a college class, and it was on that. And so I said, who do you think those puppet masters are? And she said, Mama, that's just an allegory. There are no real puppet masters. And I was like, no, I think there are. I think there are. Think about it again. Go read it again. And so then I'd ask friends of mine who, had read it and should know. And they were like, dang, I never thought about that. Finally, I found a philosopher who reached out to me, actually saw me on a podcast and said, these puppet masters, I agree with you. They're a real thing. Like Plato just doesn't put something in there. So who are these puppet masters? I think that's where George Orwell identifies it. And who agrees is Aldous Huxley. Aldous Huxley. So he has all your viewers, everyone should watch Aldous Huxley's, I think it's 1958 talk, maybe it's in the 60s, but I don't think so, at UC Berkeley, where he basically talks about the puppet masters. And it's his group.
Wow. Does he talk about how, so to pass on, to be, so what, are they born into the
it's an
puppet
oligarchy.
mastery?
Yeah, he says it's the oligarchy. He goes, it's always existed and presumably always will. That's how he opens his speech. It's a horrifying, enlightening talk. Everyone should watch it. It's free on just internet search it, DuckDuckGo it or whatnot. It'll come up. And he's a super articulate elite.
That if you are going to control any population for any length of time, you must have some measure of consent. It's exceedingly difficult to see how pure terrorism can function indefinitely. It can function for a fairly long time, but I think sooner or later you have to bring in an element of persuasion, an element of getting people to consent to what is happening to them. Well, it seems to me that the nature of the ultimate revolution with which we are now faced is precisely this, that we are in process of developing a whole series of techniques which will enable the controlling oligarchy, who have always existed and presumably always will exist, to get people actually to love their servitude. This is seems to me the ultimate in malevolent revolution, shall we say? And this is a problem which has interested me for many years, and about which I wrote 30 years ago a fable, The Brave New World.
Another fellow by the name of Thomas Henry Huxley would be used by the spirits, de-Christianizing the Western world through the avenue of mysticism. Lucifer decided that he had to choose a person to initiate this thing. Franz Mesmer, which was an Austrian physician, was chosen because
the priest told you all of this.
Oh yeah,
okay.
Because he was most capable. Mesmer originated a theory called animal magnetism, later on named mesmerism. This is what a priest said. He was led by the spirits to believe that certain persons have a magnetic influence within themselves, so to speak, that would cause them to have great power over other persons, even to the point of placing them into a trance. That was readily accepted by people in general.
Hypnotism is the same as mesmerism?
That's right. Mesmerism has been developed to a higher degree of refinement.
A scientist named Jolly West, Louis J. West, who was, when the hearings occurred in the 70s, identified as a top MK Ultra researcher. He was an academic, come out of the military, had been at the University of Oklahoma, and then UCLA, running the psychiatric divisions. He denied ever being involved in MK Ultra. And this was one of the moments, I think it was 2001, when, things really kind of shook the course of my reporting, was I learned that West had been at the same place that Manson was in the Haight in the summer that Manson became exactly what the CIA was trying to create. And I knew, actually, I'd interviewed West about 7 years before for a story I did about celebrity stalkers, the people who were obsessed with stars and then only to kill them or try to kill them. And he was an expert in violence, hypnotism, brainwashing, and he was the chair of the psychiatry department at UCLA at that point. And he was an expert in violence, hypnotism, brainwashing, and he was the chair of the psychiatry department at UCLA at that point.
The priest went on saying that the plan of Satan to deceive the human family this way, he says, is the most intriguing thing to his mind. And he went on saying how it was going to be brought about. He said that a fellow by the name of Darwin and another fellow by the name of Thomas Henry Huxley would be used by the spirits because in their childhood they had been hypnotized by medical doctors. And they figured that they would be real good subjects to lead the people into this belief.
And he writes Brave New World. And he tells us how it's going to happen. And we're going to like our servitude because we'll be taking drugs. That's pretty much it.
How does this get passed on from generation to generation over thousands of years without
Okay,
ever
so
being...
this answer was provided to me, actually. I don't know if it's true, though, but by the counterintelligence group. So basically, there was a person who had been connected to a family that had been around since, like, traces are reached back to, like, 1200. And this family was they weren't the kings, but they were the people, I forgot their name, but they have a specific name, but it's the person who takes care of the bedpan of the king. Do you know that person? So there's a specific job. The bedpan, of course, is the bathroom, like the toilet for the king. And this person has to change it for the king so that it's always nice and clean. Now, this person has access to the most private parts of what the king knows. And this later becomes, this is what this person says, intelligence communities. Goes into, like, you know, the Vatican. And these people become the people who gather the intelligence associated with the king, the royalty, the dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is true, but this was what this person said. And this person, by the way, had some evidence. It's not like I'm just saying I'm accepting a made-up story. Like, I saw this person's family, like historical photos.
Interesting. And so what? Does that person manipulate the king into some type of a agenda?
Yeah, so this would be the oligarchy that Alex Huxley is talking about.
Okay, guys, now we are diving into the darker stuff, the occult, Satanism connection to rocketry and government. And this is the light dark before the real dark.
Happened in the last 23 years. A disgrace. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case. Huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay. Terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Bilderbergs. The Illuminati, Bilderberg, New World Order, globalists are the element behind this. It dovetails into the satanic movement.
Here I come. Revelation of his financial crimes would only be the beginning. The investigation uncovered a horrifying narrative, stitched together by the testimonies of children. They named King as the architect of nightmares like ritualized abuse, cultist ceremonies, and a web of political blackmail that implicated figures like Ronald Reagan and George Bush Sr. They described a sinister underbelly of cruelty and corruption, the aftermath of which still echoes through the nation. The story of the Franklin Community Federal Credit Union begs a profoundly unsettling question. What if the very institutions meant to protect become the architecture of unimaginable horror?
And this movement has infiltrated into our intelligence community, the once great FBI and the CIA.
And he comes from a line that you've talked about Tsiolkovsky, the father of Russian rocketry, or Jack Parsons, who had claimed to be kind of in contact with entities.
He's the guy who founded JPL, right?
A legitimate high-level rocket scientist.
Yeah. Ends up, like, how does a guy like that end up being, like, involved in all this satanic stuff?
Well,
and, like, he wanted to, like, bring the Antichrist, right?
Yeah.
Did you understand Mr. Aquino to be working on behalf of the United States or against the United States?
I believed he was working on behalf of the United States.
So some segment of the United States was trying to take over the United States government?
The plan that Aquino had in it was he wanted to usher in the Antichrist. Usher in the Antichrist. Which is talked about in the Bible.
This was a government-sponsored program?
Yes.
You were 7 years old at the time that you were recruited?
I was actually 3 years old when it first began, but I was not created until later on.
Who created you?
I was created by Monarch.
He's the guy who founded JPL, right?
A legitimate high-level rocket scientist.
Yeah. Ends up, like, how does a guy like that end up being, like, involved in all this satanic stuff?
Well,
and, like, he wanted to,
he wanted to like bring the Antichrist, right?
Yeah.
Did you understand Mr. Aquino to be working on behalf of the United States or against the United States?
I believed he was working on behalf of the United States.
So some segment of the United States was trying to take over the United States government?
The plan that Aquino had in it was he wanted to usher in the Antichrist. Usher in the Antichrist. Which is talked about in the Bible.
This was a government-sponsored program?
Yes.
You were 7 years old at the time that you were recruited?
I was actually 3 years old when it first began, but I was not created until later on.
Who created you?
I was created by Monarch.
Your question presupposes that a really smart person wouldn't go into all of this. But the truth is that a lot of these people, a lot of Scientologists are really smart and very successful personalities. It doesn't have anything to do with intelligence. If Jack Parsons can be accused of, being a occultist, a fanaticist, he's exploring the universe, but he's also sort of exploring, the outer limits of human behavior. And I mean, he was very proud of it. I mean, he didn't hide it. He really had this, sort of satanic temple, and people were drawn to it. And he legitimized it too by being such a prominent scientist and so on. So I don't know. He wound up killing himself, and that was kind of
Jack Parsons.
Yeah, kind of a sad end to his interesting life.
Caltech. By the 1930s, Caltech was more than just a hub for equations and experiments. It became a magnet for the greatest minds on Earth. Hubble, Bohr, Oppenheimer, Heisenberg, even Einstein passed through its halls. But Caltech also attracted outsiders. One of them wasn't even a student, but he would end up reshaping the future of American rocketry and possibly opening a door to something far stranger. Jack Parsons.
Well, Tesla's another guy. He said he communicated with aliens in Colorado Springs, and people I think they assume that's the quacky part of his work or whatever. They assume that that's ridiculous or whatever, but he said that so.
Questioner: how did the United States learn the technology to build these craft? Answer: I am Ra. There was a mind, body, spirit complex known to your people by the vibratory sound complex, Nicola.
Here, Tesla was concerned because he knew that with the amount of power that was involved that there would be serious problems with Navy personnel. He went to the Navy and asked for an extension of time. He says he certainly could solve the problem, but he needed more time, and of course, he received the usual answer at that time where there's a war on, you got a test, they need it.
Oh.
You have the choice of going ahead and hoping for the best, or, as he didn't choose, sabotage the test, detune the equipment so nothing happened and nobody was hurt. And of course, he at that point...
That was the first test all on the big ship?
That was the first test of a big ship.
And he detuned the equipment, actually took it off frequency so it wouldn't happen?
Split. It deliberately sabotages the test.
I'll be darned.
No one will hurt, and of course, that's a Corkard Av's historic record of having an impeccable history of never failing on any project, so he did on that one, and he bailed out and says, the test is a failure, gentlemen, I have other things to do, I'm leaving this project. Well, question is whether he left voluntarily or he had a little assistance from the Navy. It doesn't matter, he left the project. And it was not very long after that, since it was March 42 in January. Of 1943, he died. That was on the 7th of January. In the movie version, they showed miniature tubes. In the real version, they were using 6L6s in the large blast bulb size.
6L6s? I know about a 6L6. That was the first tube I used in my first ham transmitter. For Kirk,
It was commonly used for many years at Stroke.
With a 6AG7 driver.
Right. 12 fixers were used to drive the field coils of the generators, 3,000 of them.
Wow.
and there was actually 300 per field coil, about 5 field coils on each generator. Don't ask me why that configuration was chosen. I couldn't answer that one.
I'm very impressed, Al, with your ability to describe the technical aspect of this. I'm very pleased about that. I know a lot of people in the audience won't understand it, but I'm understanding what you're saying, and you're very impressive.
Yeah. It's 22nd of July. They were ready for a test, and we were out in the harbor, and we received a command by radio to the radio operator to receive to the test, so we fired up the equipment in the appropriate order, and they ran the test for about 20 minutes, and the ship was invisible to the eye other than for a slight haze in the area where the ship wash. It was actually in the water, and it was totally invisible to radar, just faded right off the radar screen.
This entity departed the illusion, and the papers containing the necessary understandings were taken by mind, body, spirit complexes serving your security of national divisional complex. Thus your people became privy to the basic technology. In the case of those mind, body, spirit complexes which you call Russians, the technology was given from one of the Confederation in an attempt, approximately 27 of your years ago, to share information and bring about peace among your peoples. The entities giving this information were in error, but we did many things at the end of this cycle in attempts to aid your harvest, from which we learned the folly of certain types of aid. That is a contributing factor to our more cautious approach at this date, even as the need is power upon power greater, and your people's call is greater and greater.
And then Townsend Brown would constantly talk about, space brothers and communication with aliens. He would sleep next to what he called a shortwave radio. He claimed that was how he communicated with them.
Well, it's quite possible that there was communication improvised, different ways of, is there a way to communicate?
Yeah. In Parsons' case, he believed he was building technology to carry humanity into space, with the help of something else. He would sometimes recite Crowley's Hymn to Pan during rocket tests. According to legendary French UFO researcher Jacques Vallée, there were rumors of a ritual in the Mojave where a blonde woman appeared and claimed to be from Venus. If true, this would have been the first recorded encounter with a quote-unquote Nordic or tall white non-human entity, predating similar contactee stories by years. Eventually, Parsons' occult lifestyle, strange house guests, and growing paranoia led to trouble. He was pushed out of JPL. In 1952, he died in an explosion in his home laboratory. Officially, it was ruled an accident involving volatile chemicals. But some found the circumstances suspicious. Parsons left a crater on Earth, but also one on the moon. Literally. A lunar crater now bears his name. And at JPL, some insiders still call it Jack Parsons Laboratory. Others just say Jack Parsons lives. Now you might be thinking, sure, there was one eccentric rocket guy with a thing for ritual magic. Maybe he laid the groundwork for ICBMs and Apollo. But that doesn't mean that the whole field was weird.
Maybe. Question 6.25. Questioner, do any of them come here at this time in spacecraft? In the past, say, 30 years? Answer, I am Ra. Each planetary entity which wishes to appear within your third-dimensional space-time distortion requests permission to break quarantine, as you may call it, and appear to your peoples. The reason and purpose for this appearance is understood and either accepted or rejected. There have been as many as 15 of the Confederation entities in your skies at any one time, the others available to you through thought. At present there are 7 which are operating with craft in your density. Their purposes are very simple, to allow those entities of your planet to become aware of infinity, which is often best expressed to the uninformed as the mysterious or unknown.
And what I found was that our space program today even has some really interesting rituals associated with it when it does certain launches at Cape Canaveral. Maybe not all of them, but the one that Tyler was involved with, they had images of Roman gods and goddesses put on the rockets. They would use Latin on their patches, their mission patches. And they would also have specific rituals that they would do. sometimes
Like what?
involving U.S. presidents. They would position the presidents at a certain point where astronomical events, would happen. And this, so
Like
Tyler had,
like the president of the United States?
yes, the president of the United States. They didn't know what they were doing. They were just being positioned there. So, they're like, stand here, Mr. Obama or President Obama. And he would stand there with his wife and look this direction. It was part of the whole thing. And there were photos. He has photos of all of that.
I mean, can you be a little more specific? Why would they stand him in a
Well,
certain...
see, okay, so this is obviously some type of ritual. And I don't know why they're doing it. I just know that, I'm a scholar of religion. I know a ritual when I see one. He didn't even understand it. So I noticed that they were using Latin, and I noticed it wasn't medieval Latin. I was like, this is a particular form of Latin. It seems like it's Roman theology.
Spanish Armada trying to invade England, that Jesuits are formed right at that time as a secret army. And this is one of the weapons of the secret army, right? They also based it on very old Roman rituals, which we've talked about. And that's, that energy center in Rome, and the Jesuit headquarters right down the road from St. Peter's Square. It's literally on the same street, the San Lorenzo Church. That was where the first 9 circle ceremonies were actually held.
So, they're using the images of Roman gods. And I would ask them, I said, why are you using the images of Roman gods? Why are you putting them on your mission patches and also utilizing Latin phrases from that time period? I mean, you're sending it up into space. Who up in space is going to read Latin? And his answer was, our sponsors. So, that's what he said. And so he also had all
Which Roman gods, do you know?
Yeah, so there would be obviously Apollo, right? So all the missions, if you think of all the missions, they're all those gods and goddesses.
Do you have any ideas of where this stemmed from?
It could, okay, so I do. It's just a theory though. So, I could be completely wrong. But it seems to me that there might be an element within our government that maintains this theological tradition, this Roman theology. Could it be a form of Freemasonry? It could be. I don't know. But I just know that that's what it looks like.
Interesting. Why would they carry on these traditions?
I think at some level there's belief in those traditions. I don't think that they would do it just because. Do you?
But what often surprises people isn't just the tech. It's the fact that the highest level of Hitler's regime were obsessed with the occult. This wasn't just Hollywood fantasy. Sure, Indiana Jones gave us Nazis hunting for the Ark of the Covenant, but the truth is stranger. In 1945, near the end of the war, American forces uncovered a hidden stash of Nazi documents in a cave in southern Germany. Among them were records revealing real state-sponsored occult projects, expeditions to Tibet to trace Aryan origins, searches for ancient runestones, pagan sites, and even a government-backed quest to find the Holy Grail. A lot of this stemmed from Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS.
Recorded a great deal of information pertaining to trauma and the human mind. This information was being merged with the Hitler-Himmler research that the CIA had taken and had been advancing on. The combination of the merging of the information was very powerful.
And one of the architects of the Holocaust. He was obsessed with Germanic mythology, paganism, and mystical power. He turned Wewelsburg Castle into a ritual center, complete with a black sun chamber beneath it. He turned Wewelsburg Castle into a ritual center, complete with a black sun chamber beneath it and a round table for his SS knights. He also created the Ahnenerbe, a pseudoscientific institute devoted to proving that the so-called Aryan race descended from Atlantis. And yes, they actually believed that. The Nazi Party itself was born out of the Thule Society, a Volkish secret group that mixed Germanic paganism, Atlantis myths, and Aryan esotericism. The Thule Society held seances and rituals meant to contact non-human intelligences they believed were their ancient progenitors. star beings from the far north, beneath the pole star. They performed these rites at symbolic locations, like the Harz Mountains, on nights like Walpurgisnacht, a festival tied to witches, spirits, and old pagan ceremonies. There are also claims about the Vril Society, a group said to have channeled anti-gravity technology and psychic powers from an ancient subterranean race. Now, we don't have to believe any of these occult theories themselves, but what matters is the Nazis did, and it didn't just stop at mysticism. The Nazis were also pioneers of actual rocket science. One of the key figures was Hermann Oberth. Born in Transylvania, inspired by sci-fi writer Jules Verne, Oberth began theorizing about spaceflight as a teenager. In 1923, he published The Rocket into Planetary Space, a landmark book that laid out how a multi-stage rocket could escape Earth's gravity. He was decades ahead of his time. He envisioned orbiting telescopes, spacesuits, weather-controlling satellites, even missions to other planets. His ideas sparked a movement, and when World War II began, Oberth was pulled into military work, building rockets for Germany and later for Italy.
Colonel, if I may, how did they make that determination? In other words, all they had, or maybe I'm wrong, was dead bodies. Did they have any live?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of.
But we know with electromagnetism.
Al, a lot of the fictional accounts of invisibility, from The Invisible Man, which is a fairly recent movie, to the Philadelphia Experiment, and a number of others, all seem to deal with a very high-energy electromagnetic field.
That's correct. The original work involved electromagnetics, but it's actually electromagnetics going beyond the range of electromagnetics. And the work, when they transferred it to the Institute in 34, went onward. In 36, they had an experimental test which is partly successful, but anything but fully successful. Beneath them, and an idea of the fact that they were in the least going in the right direction. And by 1940, now the Navy in the meantime had funded this project almost from the beginning with some research funds from aeronautics and naval engineering.
They were interested from a defense point of view, obvious?
Correct. So in any case, they went onward with the research work, and by 1940, they had a wholly successful test of the Brooklyn Navy Yard, involving a small Navy ship, the Tender. And there were two ships adjacent, one starboard, one port, which carried most of the heavy equipment, and the balance of the equipment, the special coils and the antenna, were installed on the ship, which was to be made invisible. The important point of that test, well, it was completely successful, though no personnel on board, was completely deserted insofar as any people, any personnel of any kind.
So they made a smaller ship disappear in when, 1940?
1940. And it was late in the year, and it's at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. And with that test, they knew that they had a successful system. Villain Rose elated, including the Navy, Franklin, Donna, Roosevelt, and Costa immediately classified the project. Up to that point, it was an open research project conducted by the Institute of Advanced Study. It was not classified. And then in January 1940, we were assigned to the Institute of Amp Study, where we were brought up to speed on a project. We didn't know really what we were going to be assigned to, but we knew we were going to be on some special project. And that's how we became, both Thunk and my brother and myself, became involved in the Philadelphia Experiment. It was not called the Philadelphia Experiment in the early stage. It was still known as Project Invisibility. That's correct. A name under the code name given by the Navy when they classified it was Crochet Rainbow. So we were brought on board at the Institute. We're in 1940 in January. And then they had the test in September, and then it was when they classified it and became Project Rainbow. It was still Project Invisibility when we joined. But he was separated from the project at that point and turned it over to Dr.
John Neumann,
who then became the director. Looked at the projects, told the Navy, I'll have to look and see what went wrong. It didn't take him long to find out what was wrong, but he decided to avail himself of the time and redesign the equipment. And he went on like Teisweg, who was an analog man, liked to use continuous waves with special modulation waveforms. Norman was a man who liked to do post work, in other words, pulse the system with energy.
As you would radar.
As you would radar.
Sure.
I mean, it's about time. If what the Colonel says is true, then he's our best connection to what really has occurred. And here's an interesting question for you, Colonel. If all of the technology that was gleaned from Roswell and any other crashes that have occurred, alien technology, had not been interwoven with American industry, where would we be today?
Well, I'll give you a little example. I had a file in one of my files, it was in the second drawer, which was called Project Rainbow.
Yes, sir?
This was von Neumann's. You remember John von Neumann?
Yes.
It was his project on artificial life. Now, I went through that file 2 or 3 times and I always put it away when I could have started an operation on that.
When you say artificial life, what do you mean?
By computer. They're starting to work on that now.
You're talking about artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence, that's right.
You bet they're working on it.
Artificial intelligence, the wrong word I gave you. Now, von Neumann, I didn't start that project. And a lot of people told me, well, it wasn't time because there were no supercomputers then. Remember, I had some von Braun scientists on my team. I discussed this with Hermann Obert at Pedamundo. He was von Braun's boss. And he believed in space travel and dimensional travel even. And I discussed this with von Braun and my own German scientist. I had 2 on my team to investigate the line of atoms and metals.
After the war, Oberth became one of the few major scientists to publicly support the reality of UFOs.
After so many witnesses have seen the so-called flying saucers, their existence can no longer be denied. I believe that these flying objects come from another solar system.
In a 1954 lecture, he argued that these UFOs had been observed since at least the 1400s. Oberth believed they were piloted by extraterrestrial visitors, monitoring Earth's nuclear sites and military tech. In interviews, he even said, "We cannot take all of the credit for our record advancements in certain scientific fields. We have been helped." When asked by whom, he replied, "The people of the other worlds."
Dreamland, but I think it has to be asked again. On Dateline, I think it was Dateline, at the very end of the interview, you said something that people used to discredit your story. You said you would tell them sometime about a time machine, or something about a time machine.
Yeah.
Can you clear that up?
Well, I discussed that with Hermann Obert, the German. I think it's in the book. And that in time, I think, will be clarified, because there's other countries that are working on things of that type. But at the moment, I think I'll just leave it the way it is, the book, that those were discussions with Hermann Obert at the time.
So do you have a sense of the relationship between the secret space programs and religion in its totality? Do you think that these things are 2 sides of a pyramid that sort of converge at some omega point or something?
Are you asking about the religiosity of the space program? Because there seems to be one.
I am asking that.
Yeah, okay.
Is it sort of a Gnostic religious initiation process, or what?
I'm still trying to figure it out, but I do have some data on it.
Yeah, yeah.
So it looks to be, and actually, strangely enough, at the end of one of Tom DeLonge's book, actually, he makes a reference to the gods are still with us. The Greek gods are still with us, which I didn't know about, actually, until about 2 weeks ago.
Like you've got like a series based on your book about UFOs, and then now there's like a subsequent series to that.
Yeah, so Legendary picked up my book. It's called Secret Machines. It's like these 700-page novels that are about UFOs, story about UFOs, but it's all government. It's all like military-industrial complex. Think like Area 51, CIA, Department of Defense, and then their counterparts in other countries. And then intermixed with that is some of the things flying around are totally different entirely, you know. And so it's a big deal, because this is the true story of UFOs, of what's been going on with our government and everything else. So
Tom is sending me these long emails that he's getting, right? And he's saying, what the hell do you make of this? Right? People are trying to tell us something without telling us something.
Right.
You know, it's like follow the money, right?
Yeah.
They're giving us hints of where we should go on this.
Hmm.
And we have to pay attention to what they're not telling us and what they're telling us. And this came across because at one point, somebody sent us this long email, one of his most trusted advisors said, have you really looked, how much do you know about Greek mythology? It's like, whoa.
Who said that?
I can't say.
Okay.
So he came out and said that. It was a he.
Mm-hmm.
He came out and said, do that, right? And it's specifically talking about Prometheus. Now that gives the show away, right? If we take the Prometheus story as an encrypted story of what actually happened, we're getting close. And I think that is what it is. There, at some point, somebody did something they weren't supposed to do. And it might have jump-started civilization on this planet, right? It might have been that. But Prometheus suddenly became the thing. And so Tom is saying, what the fuck do we know about Prometheus? You know? And so I'm saying, let's take it easy. Let's go. You know, Prometheus was this guy who stole fire from the gods, right? For the humans. He was giving fire to the humans. Humans didn't have fire. They were freezing their asses off. Prometheus came down and said, here's fire, get warm, you know. And the gods didn't like that. So they punished Prometheus. You know, you're going to get chained to a rock, you know. You're going to be punished for the rest of your existence for this thing. So I said, let's go back and look at this. This is what they're trying to tell. They're trying to tell us something. And what is Prometheus about? It's about contact between the humans and the gods. And the one who made the contact was a god, not one of the humans.
That's right. And it was a god who was transgressing on behalf of humans against the gods themselves, sort of a rebel,
right?
You know, sleeper cell god.
Yeah. Which the Gnostics believed was the serpent in the Garden of Eden. That the serpent was God, that the God that we know of from the Bible was the imposter, the interloper, the guy who was not really God.
So I got breakfast with Tom DeLonge once, who I love, by the way. I think he's
a great guy.
He's the best.
Yeah.
And he actually referenced Gnostic thought at the time. He was talking about the archons, who were considered kind of almost imprisoners of the kind of lower material world and like Gnostic ideology. And you hear Gnostic thought, you know, run across a lot of ufology. Like it seems like Jacques Vallée is roughly kind of Gnostic in his orientation. So do you think that we're living in some sort of lower prison planet and, you know, our senses are all there to sort of mislead us and we need to somehow escape in some sort of disembodied way? Or what's your sort of, you know, take on that?
You're talking about Fight Club again.
All right, let's talk about some of the stuff you were told that you can share. The biggest question, who are they? I mean, I think I said in the introduction that some people in your group refer to them not as aliens or the visitors, they refer to them as the others. Is there significance in using that term?
You know, I don't know the significance of the others. The phenomenon is not used. Aliens is not used. It's the others, and when you're taught, the way it's explained to me is that they are gods, with the little g. So the entire UFO phenomenon is about multiple gods that fight amongst themselves and by design factionalize mankind into different religions to step back and let us fight each other, so it has other things that it wants to accomplish, and we don't notice them because we're too involved fighting each other. So, and they know that. So our government knows that. Our government knows that the others are instigating war amongst mankind. But the other issue is that these gods from you know, you got to look back at ancient history and all those stories about gods that came down and did this and that. It's all true. So that's the other thing. You got to, and I'll get into that in the docuseries. There's some of that stuff I don't want to get into tonight, but the government is very aware that this intelligence is pitting different countries against each other based on religion, on purpose.
Makes a reference to the gods are still with us. The Greek gods are still with us,
Mm-hmm.
which I didn't know about actually until about 2 weeks ago. And it was really interesting to hear because I had just given a talk that I didn't want recorded. I went to New York City and I was giving a talk, and the name of the talk was "The Muse is Real." Okay. I went from the very first idea of muses, thousands of years ago for the Greeks, and then how they kind of, they never really go away. So even the founding fathers, quote unquote, of our country, like Benjamin Franklin, did you know that they were actually part of a Mason lodge that was a Muse lodge?
Here I come. Oh, here I come. Oh.
So even the founding fathers, quote unquote, of our country, like Benjamin Franklin, did you know that they were actually part of a Mason lodge that was a Muse lodge? It was dedicated. Yes.
I knew he was a
Yeah.
Freemason. I didn't know he was part of a Muse
Yeah,
lodge.
it was like the Seven Sisters.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a French Muse lodge.
Talk about a guy with a million ideas. He invented the bifocals, a certain type of harpsichord. Famously was involved in electricity experiment. He was a complete polymath, and so was probably tapped into all sorts
Isn't
of
that
ideas.
interesting?
According to occult records, a character named Sanat Kumara rules over the world from inside the earth, along with a group known as the Great White Brotherhood, 7 in total. Helena Blavatsky says these 7 Kumaras are the same as the 7 Dhyanis, the 7 archangels, and the 7 Elohim, the 7 representing the 7 sisters, also known as the Pleiades star cluster.
So who is pumping these ideas through these architects?
The religious control system on the planet.
And so what is that?
1917 and the experience of Fatima, where most people, they portrayed it as a cultural or religious event, and you looked at it from the observations scientifically.
Fatima is very deep, both in terms of testimony. I mean, there were 80,000 people there, on the last apparition. They didn't see the Virgin. They saw a disc, a silver thing between them and the sun. But what they described to me is a very sophisticated process by which we may be able to interact with the entities.
But so you're saying you've been made aware that there is a government project, maybe it was 20 years ago, that was able to establish direct communication with a non-human intelligence, and that you believe this information to be true, and that this is a reality. This is what you understand to be true. Is that correct?
I cannot tell. Yes. It's factual.
Let's not scare the bejesus out of the listeners
Well,
right
let's
off the
do it.
bat, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, if you spend, any serious time looking into the UFO phenomenon, and by the way, it's something I've studied for 25 years or something like that. I touched on it toward the end of Prometheus and Atlas, which was published in 2016. It was my dissertation in 2012, and then was adapted into a book. Let's not scare the bejesus out of the listeners
Well,
right
let's
off the
do it.
bat, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, if you spend, any serious time looking into the UFO phenomenon, and by the way, it's something I've studied for 25 years or something like that. I touched on it toward the end of Prometheus and Atlas, which was published in 2016. It was my dissertation in 2012, and then was adapted into a book 2016. And then I wrote Closer Encounters, my study of the UFO phenomenon. Closer Encounters was published in 2021. But it's the outcome of 20 years of preceding research. So anyone who goes into the UFO phenomenon, with even, half of that depth and endurance of research, inevitably realizes that
whether you want to work through what Jacques Vallée's uncovered, or whether you want to at least look at Zachariah Sitchin's research, the UFO phenomenon extends through all of recorded human history and most likely into prehistory. And it's absolutely inseparable from both revealed religious systems like Judeo-Christianity and Islam, and also more archaic, how could we put it? Let's just say archaic polytheistic ritualistic religions like the religion of ancient Egypt, or, the Vedic religion, and so on and so forth. It's very clear that, in the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, the Devas and the Asuras, or what in the Greek language we might call the gods and the Titans, are exactly the same beings as, the Elohim in the Bible, or the rebel angels, the Nephilim in the biblical context. They're the same beings as the Anunnaki in Sumerian scriptures, where again you have two factions. This idea that there are two factions runs through every human religious belief system on the planet throughout the course of history.
Would you say Prometheus is an archetype of this rebel angel?
Absolutely. So, there's a through line from Enki in the Sumerian myths, to Prometheus in the Greek context, to Quetzalcoatl in the Mayan context, to, let's say, a leader of the Asuras in a Hindu context.
Which is Swayabharu, the Asura who got his head cut off for stealing the nectar of the gods. And, you can't blame him, man. You gotta share a little bit of love, you gotta share a little bit of elixir with everybody. You can't just have it for yourself.
Sort of demigod figure that transgresses on behalf of man against the gods, brings forth some sort of sacred technology to them.
Exactly. And in a Judeo-Christian context, of course, this is Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
But I do know, I know certain things about each of the kingdoms.
Can we touch that real fast?
All right. So we'll just do a deep dive.
Great.
Number one, you talk about the devil being the prince of the power of the air. There's definitely an air kingdom. A lot of activity in the atmosphere. There is an underground kingdom. There's all kinds of activity going on underground. We talked a little bit about this last time, but you do have certain groups, including like reptilians. You have bases that definitely have other life forms in it.
This isn't magic. It's biology. We are able to use telepathy and telekinesis from our birth. The structure of our brain is a little bit different and more active than yours, especially when we are in sunlight. When we are on the surface and we meet human beings, we are able to touch their mind and induce them via telepathy the command, "See us as one of your kind," and the weak human mind will accept this order without refusing.
It's bizarre. What is the obsession with reptilians in India? There's a lot of people worshiping reptiles there, huh?
Yep. The reptiloid life form stays in caves or caverns that aren't very deep. They prefer the desert mountains. They use camouflage rather than fighting, but they do carry vril rods for protection. They do have a symbol, not the hokey snake with wings that I keep seeing in the public. The reptoids use a dragon with its tail in its mouth with 7 pointed stars in the middle.
You do have the kingdom that goes deeper than that in the hollow earth. This includes all kinds of activity, including Nephilim. Actual giants have been reported to me that live down there. Whole civilizations, corporations. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Genesis chapter 6, verses 1 through 5, you'll encounter let's say, an odd passage. When people began to multiply on the face of the ground, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that they were fair, and they took wives for themselves of all that they chose. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went into the daughters of humans, who bore children to them. These were the heroes that were of old, warriors of renown. What's going on here?
Take wives from among the daughters of men, produce children, families, and then this is the unspoken motive, create dynasties and dominate the earth through their offspring. So they had to this had to be a legal transaction with the children of men. And when they made that transaction, obviously it was a Faustian bargain, but it was legal, it was authorized by the governors of planet Earth, namely the offspring of Adam and Eve. And they struck a bargain, clearly in the Book of Enoch. They because it's not one-sided, the Watchers get to marry the maidens that they chose, but in exchange, they gave knowledge to man. So there's a bargain that took place there. And then the ultimate goal of the Watchers, which is played out in what they actually do, is to dominate the earth. They set up these dynasties, and their offspring can rule the earth because they're human enough to inherit the birthright of Adam, which is dominion of planet Earth. But the Watchers themselves, their governance of the earth is through their offspring, through their human hybrid offspring. So they're trying to play a legal game here.
Questioner, I am interested as to how the first distortion applies to the negatively polarized entity misplacing the mind, body, spirit complex. Why is the negatively polarized entity followed to the place of negative time-space? Why would one of us freely follow the entity? Answer, I am Ra. The positive polarity sees love in all things. The negative polarity is clever. Question 68.18. Questioner, then I am assuming if the negative polarity used any other approach that did not use the free will of the other self, he would lose polarization and magical power. This is correct, isn't it? Answer, I am Ra. This is correct. The free will of the instrument is indeed a necessary part of the opportunity afforded the Orion group. However, this free will and the first distortion applies only to the instrument. The entire hope of the Orion group is to infringe upon free will without losing polarity. Thus this group, if represented by a wise entity, attempts to be clever.
Let's dive into the giants. Giants are fun. And where do you want to start? The beginning?
Yeah.
Giants are in every culture's history. Every culture has giants. Whenever I see that, a lot of what I do is just pattern recognition. Like I wasn't even really a flood myth guy until I started doing my show. And it's like, this flood story keeps showing up over and over, no matter what I'm talking about. The flood myth shows up, and it's always showing up at the same time as like the end of the Younger Dryas, like these things. It's just the same pattern over and over. Maybe it's a coincidence, but if one culture has a story about a flood, then they have a story. If two cultures have it, it could be a coincidence. But if you get 40 or 300, then maybe there's something to it. Maybe it really happened.
I mean, like, no archaeological evidence.
I don't think we'll ever, maybe, but I don't think we'll find like skeletons of Nagas, right? If they found them, right? If they
How
found
would you
them,
be able to tell, right?
Would that be revealed to the public? Like finding a giant skeleton, right? If you went 100 years ago in the U.S., do you know how many newspaper clippings are there that talk about giant skeletons found in the U.S.?
No.
Oh, you don't know?
How many?
Oh my God, thousands. The newspaper clippings are like 100 years old.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you could, if you typically look at like newspapers published 100 years ago, they're always publishing, we found giant skeletons when they excavated this mound, right? All over. We're not talking about one state. We're not talking about one newspaper company. We're saying this is found. Yeah, look at that. 1919, 18 feet tall, Austin, Texas. You'll
June
find
14th.
them. You'll find them in Florida. You'll find them in California. You'll find them everywhere. Right? But where are they now? Why are they not found?
Right. Yeah. Why? Why do you think it's not talked about now?
What do you think will happen if they do talk about it now?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why?
If you're an archaeologist and you do find a giant skeleton, right, 10 feet tall, would you tell this to the world?
Hell yeah, I would.
You wouldn't. You would be out of that archaeology degree and your position in a week. But that's a real newspaper clipping that says 49 skeletons found. And you know who did the excavation? It was done by an archaeologist.
Really?
Yep, that's a real newspaper, man. If people say, this is a hoax or it's fabricated, they can go, because I mentioned the date, I mentioned the newspaper, they can go there.
And you can find this.
Yep.
They sure are good at covering stuff up, man.
Well, I mean, this is a theory, right? Unless you want to say, oh,
Is this video suppressed on YouTube?
I don't think so. I mean, usually my videos won't come up unless you search for them. But you can see this is like 49 skeletons.
That's a lot.
That's a state archaeologist, right? I show this and I say, oh, this is G.S. Fisher.
As for giants is tricky because we don't have any hard evidence, but we have a lot of circumstantial evidence where the most recent would probably be late 19th century, early 20th, where you just have these discoveries all over America, over 1,000 of them. There's over 1,000 reports in newspapers of these findings. But the mainstream narrative is it was giants were cool at the time. It was hoaxes and it was just to make money. There's one giant story that's interesting because it overlaps several cultures. They have these Indian myths about these giants they're cannibals. So they're eating the people and they're cannibals. So they're eating the people and they get driven west by the tribes. They unite and drive them west into like Nevada and California at what's known as Lovelock Cave. An archaeologist goes in there and finds sandals that are like size 29 and these giant clothes. Like, I'm not making this part up. You can go see this. Like, why is there a sandal that's this size that are all found in the cave? And bones and red hair. Red hair.
It was a man at least 12 to 15 feet in height. This is a monster. Red beard, then his hair was longish, past the shoulder, a scarlet red.
Every culture has giants, and the Bible, of course. Epic of Gilgamesh. So giants show up all through our culture. The story is always the same as this guy's, he's digging and it's like desecrating a Native American burial mound. Finds these giant bones, calls the Smithsonian. They come over, they investigate, they take the bones, they go back, and then it disappears. Like that happens over and over through these stories. Is the Smithsonian conspiracies always involved?
So are you saying the Smithsonian hides evidence of giants?
I'm saying that the conspiracy theory is that the Smithsonian hides evidence of a lot of things.
Of the same type of catastrophic flood, but one is a survival from the polytheist lens of the giants, which is how they say show up after the flood. But the Sumerian account also has traditions, just as the Epic of Gilgamesh has, of a second incursion, and many second incursions after the flood, because Gilgamesh is 6th generation after the flood. Now, people will say, but Gilgamesh is in the Enoch Book of Giants. That's true. It's very common for giants after the flood to be named after giants before the flood, right? So you could have two different giants, and that's not uncommon. That would be one sort of classic example. And so the details become a little bit different with the Epic of Gilgamesh flood story, and that there's 7 days, not 40 days, and there's differences like that. So, but again, understand that's a polytheist understanding, and they have some allegory within their stories, which is only known through the sort of the mystical understanding of the degrees that comes about as you go up the degrees in the mystical system and the secret society system. So we should not be upset that there's another story of survival and it's a giant story. We don't have to accept it as true. I would leave a crack open that's possible, because God said in Genesis 6 and 7, he was only going to destroy what he created, and he did not create the giants. Fallen angels did. So legally, if you wanted to get there, I much prefer a second incursion. But we don't have that smoking gun verse. Yep. I know people look at Genesis 6:4, and I tend to agree with the interpretation in this case, as opposed to the fact that when the sons of God go to the daughters of men and do so again, and as you take that back to the Hebrew in like manner, that means after the flood, but it could be more incursions after Mount Hermon before the flood, multiple before the flood, and it could also mean after the flood, or it could mean both. But we don't have a creation story of giants after the floods. We don't have a creation story of giants after the flood. So I leave that crack open.
We were speaking of the nation of Ad. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in the Quran, and we sent Ad their brother Hud, alayhi salatu wasalam. The nation of Ad had come approximately 2,000 years before the coming of Isa alayhi salatu wasalam. And This nation lived in the land known as Hadramaut, nowadays between Oman and Yemen. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had blessed this nation immensely. He had granted this nation such gifts and blessings that he had never given to nations before or after. He mentions within the Quran that the world has yet to see a creation like the creation of Ad. And the meaning of Ad is someone high, with someone tall stature, in a lofty position. This nation of Ad, they were very powerful people. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaks of their strength within the Quran, and how Hud alayhi salatu wasalam tries to awaken his people, his nation Ad, who has gone astray from the path of Allah, by reminding them of the blessings Allah has given to them. And remember how Allah made you khulafa, successors of the land, after the nation of Nuh alayhi salatu wasalam was destroyed.
Well, because God said in Genesis 6 and 7, he was only going to destroy what he created, and he did not create the giants. Fallen angels did. So legally, if you wanted to get there, I much prefer a second incursion. But we don't have that smoking gun verse.
After the nation of Nuh alayhi salatu wasalam was destroyed, and how Allah increased you in physical form. He granted you physical strength. So remember the bounties, the ni'mah of Allah that Allah has granted upon you, so that you may be successful. But also the looks that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave to the nation of Ad. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. So this nation stood out above all other nations. To tell us how far they stood above, or how high they were in the creation of Allah, Allah simply mentions, I have not created a nation like them before. Slowly over time, shirk came into their lives, and through the use of their strength, they started to abuse the weak. They started to oppress the weak, the poor. And they started to do all forms of zulm upon the land. Hud alayhi salatu wasalam would constantly remind them, stop doing what you're doing. Stop oppressing the weak and the poor. Stop with this tyranny that you've spread all across the world. What was their response? They had gone so far ahead in their arrogance and in their confidence in their strength that they made a statement, loud and clear, to Hud alayhi salatu wasalam. Who is there that is more powerful than us in strength? Hold your strength back. What happened to the people before you? The nation of Nuh, they were destroyed. What happened to the people before you? The nation of Nuh, they were destroyed. You want to be destroyed as well? The nation of Nuh was destroyed by water, right? Which is a natural element. And the nation of Ad was also destroyed by a natural element. Wind, air, okay? So something so simple and small that the people had never even thought of. When they saw that there is a cloud fast approaching them, a dense cloud at a distance, a cloud which will bring us rain. بَلْ هُوَ مَا اسْتَعْجَلْتُمْ بِهِ. Hud alayhi salatu wasalam mentions, no, it's that which you are hastening towards. Adhab of Allah, that we sent upon them a screaming wind. A screaming wind. The Mufassirin have mentioned that this wind was so powerful by nature itself. I don't need to mention the definition of it. Allah mentions in the Quran, تُدَمِّرُ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ بِأَمْرِ رَبِّهَا. Allah gave wind full permission, go and cause havoc. Go and cause destruction. So Allah is telling wind, you are free to do what you want. You're free to cause as much as destruction as you want. Go and wreck everything. تُدَمِّرُ, destroy everything. كُلَّ شَيْءٍ بِأَمْرِ رَبِّهَا. We already know how powerful a wind is, but when it's granted permission from Allah to go and cause destruction, you can imagine the amount of destruction the wind itself will have. Within was Adan al-Ula. This is the first Ad that the Quran speaks of. Next nation came of Thamud, and that nation is known as Adun al-Thaniya, the second Ad. Thamud was also a branch of this nation of Ad, and for Thamud, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent another prophet. Where did the nation of Thamud come from? They came from the very few survivors left of Ad after the Adab. That those who survived, those who believed in the oneness of Allah and who believed in Hud alayhi salatu wasalam being the messenger, from their children later came Thamud, the nation of Thamud. And Salih alayhi salatu wasalam was sent to that nation. Inshallah, as to his story, we'll start next time.
Can show up after the flood. Now, if we look at one more example, and this is really good for Christians to know as well, is that in the Greek story, we get the Greek quote unquote Noah, and his name is Deucalion, and his wife is Pyrrha. We actually get the wife's name in that account. And this is said to be the Greek version of the Noah story. And again, okay, it sounds good, plausible, but then when you get into the details of it, it's not quite the same. So who is Deucalion? Well, he is the offspring of Prometheus. Who is Prometheus? Prometheus is a god, a fallen angel. So same story. Giant survival story, not a human survival story. So we can look at the polytheist accounts and take and glean information about the same event. We just need to understand the polytheist lens. So we have a historical account that cannot be dismissed through any sort of scientific sort of approach when you have that many witnesses and narratives that testify to it, and a warning to the future, which is common in all of those accounts. The details are just seen through the different cultural and polytheist or monotheist lenses. So I tend to look at, I put my faith in the story in the Bible, in Genesis, and I look at giants as being created, and I look at a similarity with that, but I rely on what's in the Bible, and whether the other ones are true or not doesn't really matter, but it's certainly possible that there would be records of that or an accounting of that through a different lens. So when we look at the flood, though, and even throughout the Bible, you have passages, whether it's in the Psalms or Job or Isaiah, of references that are part of the flood story and can be at no other part than at the flood story, that is talking about more than just water. And it's a conflagration of catastrophes. Again, that matches up with what is talked about in other accounts, that you had volcanoes, you have earthquakes. In the polytheist account, you even have the Pleiades coming in as from that star system or a meteorite, depending on how you want to interpret it, because again, of the allegory to honor their gods. You get 3 of these, I will call them asteroids or meteors, that hit the ocean floor that create this great flood and the other catastrophes that come with it. So in the Pleiades, it's talked about in that kind of manner in the Bible. So I'm not saying that the polytheist account is 100% accurate. What I'm saying is that we have a testimony within the Bible that suggests we need to look broader than just looking for just one flood evidence when you have multiple catastrophes. If we look around the earth, we have underwater cities like Dwarka all over the world, in the Southeast Asia and elsewhere. And how did they get there? Perhaps during the flood. So I think the flood story is something that we should have faith in, and it's God's intercession into humanity. And God does intercede at times, whether or not he permits other beings to do that for him or brings it himself. I leave that up to God. But it's an intercession because the whole earth was violent because of the giants. And this is common in all of the accounts. And the whole earth was corrupted, including all of the flesh. And so this is an intercession. Why is there an intercession? Because the Adamites were created as a resolution to the angelic rebellion. And the giants were created to ensure humankind didn't reach their destiny. And what's the destiny? To be raised up to be like angels in the future world. And our interrelationship indicts the fallen angels for the crimes that they do against us, and we're going to judge them in the future time for those crimes against humanity. And they use the giants so that to do their dirty work, so that the angels don't get blood on their hands. So that the angels don't get blood on their hands.
For years without measure, that's all there ever was. Heaven and hell. Armed enemy camps in complete opposition. That is until you were created. My master immediately understood the long-term implications. Instead of forgiving us, the enemy was going to allow you to fill our vacant places in his realm. Your creation was nothing but a slap in our face. But my master also understood that if he could make man disobey, then his fate would mirror ours. And you didn't disappoint. Then came the tares among the wheat. In that moment, spirit became matter, flesh became a vessel. Self-will and self-seeking begat a lusting after sin and impurity. And man, created to be king over nature, became its slave. The master, conquered and fettered. And sin brought him and his descendants to us. And we began our forever mission to destroy you. He made you in his image, but we remade you in ours.
So, you have the story in the Bible about how the serpent offered knowledge to humanity in Eden. And the reason the humans were kicked out of the garden where, by the way, they were workers, because the nakedness in antiquity was a sign of slave labor. And we were tillers of the field in Eden for the gods, except we didn't know it. We didn't know we were naked, meaning we didn't know we were slaves. And this God is threatened by our being given the discernment to recognize good versus evil, because that would mean we'd realize that our overlord is a bastard who wants to deny us knowledge. And what Adonai Elohim, the chief of the gods, says when he casts man out of Eden, or right before he does, is let us, basically exile them from the garden before they also eat of the tree of life and become like unto us, so that nothing becomes impossible to them, right? So this is a God who's jealous and afraid of humans achieving parity with the gods, with the Elohim. And there's this rebel who's symbolized by the serpent. Now, remember, the serpent is punished by having his legs removed. And then in the book of Revelation, Satan is referred to as the dragon, the great dragon, that serpent of old.
I got initiated into this cult of the dragon, this sons of serpent.
Nagas are also called sarpas. They're called sarpa.
Where does nagas come from?
Basically a word that denotes reptile, like a snake, like a serpentine.
Okay.
Like you understand what I'm saying? Like it's called a sarpa in India. It's called a seraph in Israel. It's called a serpent. It's all coming from the same word. From in the Bible, it's all coming from the same word.
Right. Sleeper cell god.
Yeah. Which the Gnostics believed was the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
I got initiated into this cult of the dragon, this sons of serpent. Families that most Americans, Western civilization, modern, comfortable Christianity get raised up in, have done away with all of these kind of old things we read about in the Bible about, people worshiping idols, people passing their children to the fires of Moloch. This stuff becomes this lost, distant memory that has no bearing on their modernity. And because of that, they don't look at the enemy as an actual living, breathing body. There is an actual body, a beast army that's being raised up day and night, and there is infinitely far more capable and intelligent warriors sitting on the front line of that, guardians, heraldically looking after custodians of bloodlines that they will sincerely believe have the right to rule mankind. And they believe that right comes from their seed. They believe that right comes from their mama and their dad, going back generationally. And because of that, they have been custodians of texts, of scripts, manuscripts, of embossing stones, museums. They have worked diligently to collect a repertoire of affiliations that can prove they are who they say they are, and they come from the fallen. They come from a bloodline that is not just entirely human. And they believe sincerely that because they are sons of their father, the devil, the dragons, that they are servants of them, and they are bound by mutual imprecation, by oaths, by the swearings of these disgusting solemn vows, that they have the right to rule mankind and will be given the right to rule mankind in perpetuity, that they can align themselves with the powers of the kingdom of darkness, not how they perceive themselves, but these celestial hosts, and that they can rule and reign on mankind. Our family, my family, has a various branching that has that seed line contained therein. That's not to say I'm of the preeminent bloodline that's out there, but I got initiated into this cult of the dragon, this sons of serpent. And that doesn't just come from the bloodline that came in my veins, but it also came through a ritual initiation where you're consuming the blood of others that have that in them. And you're literally taught to believe that this is a parasitic, a host. You become the host for this parasite, that this seed will live in you, and it will give you intelligence, it will give you power, it will give you wealth, it'll remove, in my case, I believe that it's really offering the removal of some of the effects of the curse that was initiated on mankind in the garden and on the dragon. in the garden, and it's trying to mitigate both sides. We are parasitically given over to them so that they can mitigate the curse of crawling on their belly and eating dust all the days of their life. And we, in exchange, are being offered, hey, it won't be so hard to make money and eat and get food out of the ground and have childbirth. And there's this exchange offered to us that makes it so enticing.
In other words, Lucifer is explicitly identified with the serpent in Eden. Now, there's all kinds of people who want to argue against this because they want to save the Christian narrative in a Gnostic sense. And there are people who try to identify Jesus himself with Lucifer and so on and so forth. I used to teach comparative religion for a few years. And so there are all these nuances, but I think the evidence is there to make the case that the dragon from the book of Revelation is the serpent in Eden. And that's exactly the same figure as Quetzalcoatl, who's also represented as a feathered serpent, as a dragon, essentially. And that's the faction of Enki. And you see the symbol in Egypt, too, of, the serpents with wings coming out the sides of them, with the sun at the center, the symbol of the Shamasu Hor, the followers of Horus. So you have this through every human culture. And the narrative is essentially this, that we were created as workers or slaves or servants of some kind of celestial overlord. And we were put into a caste system, a hierarchy. The word hierarchy literally means holy order, hierarchy. A hierarchical pyramidal society of the kind you saw in ancient Egypt, of the kind that you see in the Varna system, the caste system of India, of the Hindu religion to this day. And at some point, there was a rebellion against this structure. I would say the most compelling version of the narrative of that rebellion is the one you find in Plato.
Nick Land does, and a lot of these guys, is they say the real purpose of the Jewish people was that they picked up Kabbalah from the Babylonians back in maybe 5th century before Christ, and that they kept it. It eventually becomes, Kabbalah is essentially, it's a form of, and people would say magic. I mean, Gary Lockman says that what we think of as occultism is all essentially Kabbalah, at least in the West. It's a form of magic. It's a form of, I'm going to butcher this because I'm not a scholar on it. But essentially, what Nick Land believes is the Jewish people, that they kept the Kabbalah. It eventually becomes digital life, through ones and zeros.
But it's a Gnostic religion, which is to say it's hidden from non-initiates.
Yeah, I mean, there's a mainstream version of it, but it eventually kind of becomes what they believe. It's a precursor to digital life. So what Land and a lot of these people believe is that the actual salvation that the Jewish people provided was keeping Kabbalah, which eventually becomes digital life, which eventually becomes AI, which eventually becomes the creatures from the book of Revelation, which essentially later go on to destroy humanity and fulfill the book of Revelation. But that is a good thing. A lot of them believe.
Now, why would that be a good thing?
For a lot of these guys, like Nick Land, he calls himself a theosophist. Theosophy, again, it's a hard thing to untie, but in part because the religion itself was kind of a mishmash. It was a 19th century philosophy formally put in place by Madame Blavatsky, I think in 1875.
A Russian emigre to London.
Yes, and she came from a long background of Freemasons and German, she came from a very occult. Her first cousin was the president of Russia, Sergei Witt. Again, I'm probably butchering a lot of names here, but
Madame Blavatsky was a very famous person in 19th century.
Yeah, she was essentially the mother of the New Age movement. But so Theosophy's main insight, according to Land, was that, and he said it himself, the secret doctrine, the name of her book, was that, and this is what Land believes about Blavatsky, the serpent is the redeemer, that Satan and Jesus are the same person, which also ties in with a Gnostic cult called the Orphites, I believe, from the 2nd century, who, again, they believe when Moses is holding up the snake on a stick, that's also Jesus on the cross. Pretty heretical stuff. So to answer your question, how do you get into Satanism? Again, another, record scratch, how did I get here moment to say that out loud. They believe that essentially it's the Gnostic idea that Adam and Eve were slaves in the garden, that they were stuck there, that the serpent, by when he approaches them, he essentially gives them the red pill speech from the Matrix. Look, you're a slave here. You're not doing anything. You're naming animals and tending to a garden. You're never going to break free from this over God that's here. I can give you a choice. You know, take this fruit, this red pill. I don't know if it's a pill, or you can stay here and be a slave. But just know, if you take this thing, if you take this pill, if you eat this fruit of knowledge, which, as you can see, I should emphasize this, the tree of knowledge very much ties directly into this whole concept of AI, which is we are kind of creating this tree of knowledge. But we'll get to that in a second. But the serpent says you can eat from the tree of knowledge, and you know there'll be a price to pay for that, but you're going to be free, and you'll be like a god.
Once you rebel against dad.
Yeah, essentially, yes. You will be free. You need to transgress, you need to sin, but you're going to be like a god. Eve famously eats the fruit, you know, brings death into the world, and you know they understand shame. They have this gnosis moment, Adam and Eve, where they realize, oh my goodness, we're naked. Who are we? You know, they have this self-actualization moment. That is the Gnostic interpretation of the Garden of Eden, and that is very much. You know, it's an ancient idea. No ideas are really too new. But to answer your question,
that's the oldest idea of all.
It's very old. But
bow down before me, and you'll be like God.
Yeah, but to get back to your original question, how do people get into these ideas of? I mean, the Theosophists would say in some cases, you know, it seems like they actually believe in Satan. But even on a metaphorical level, they would say the mind. Intelligence is Satan, that the human mind, it's breaking free. This is intelligence breaking out. So I'm going to make a crucial point here. When they talk about AI and they talk about AI apocalypse and they talk about intelligence breaking free and AGI, you're getting into this idea that even Land himself will say is theosophy, but it goes way back of the mind breaking out and rebelling against God, intelligence breaking free. That's what they believe happened in the garden with Gnosticism. Gnosticism means knowledgeism. It's knowledge. This is pure knowledge, that this is that breaking free, and that by creating these runaway AI things, that's what we're also doing. And the fact that it may kill humanity or transcend humanity, or humanity will need to evolve to go with it, that's cool. They see it, Tucker, as essentially being the same situation in the garden. Break free, do it. Yes, you'll bring death. Yes, you'll get us all killed, or some people killed. Whatever, just do it. You know, cults typically don't buy green bananas as far as thinking ahead.
Don't.
Isn't that interesting? Well, they knew it to be real. That's what I was saying in my talk, was that it wasn't just something that we think of them today, the muses, and we often think of them as just like motifs or allegories or, you know, but we never actually think of them as something that could be real.
Yeah, well, the etymology of the word genius is attendant spirit. And it's kind of
That's
original.
right. That's right. That's right.
Okay.
A lot of our words come from muses, by the way. Like museums is about the. In fact, museums were supposed to contain the spirit of the muses. Did you know that?
I didn't know.
Isn't it interesting that we have a lot of museums in D.C. and a lot of architecture about the muses? What? It's everywhere. Well, it's also in the space program. So what I found was that when Tyler would do these launches, there would be a lot of iconography that he didn't actually understand. When I met him, I would ask him, I say, why are they using this Greek goddess, you know? And he's like, is that a Greek goddess? It is indeed. And they would use Latin and they would send it up into space.
Really?
Yeah. And so he said that, and by the way, it wasn't medieval Latin, which is a Catholic form of Latin, a Roman Catholic form. It was like first, second century type of Latin, which is Roman Empire Latin. You know, what does this mean? I don't know. Other than that, I think that there's almost like a parallel type of religion that's happening. Using the images of Roman gods. And I would ask him, I said, why are you using the images of Roman gods? Why are you putting them on your mission patches and also utilizing Latin phrases from that time period? I mean, you're sending it up into space. Who up in space is going to read Latin? And his answer was, our sponsors. Who up in space is going to read Latin? And his answer was, our sponsors.
So what does all of this have to do with the modern kind of UFO topic?
You know, I knew Jacques Vallée for a while and this question up with him. And because we were discussing basically, and we'll come around to this, time travel. And whether, you know, he believed that these were basically humans that were reaching back into our epoch from the future, and that essentially, you know, there was a breakaway civilization that had developed a hyperdimensional relationship to the various space-times of the epochs of human history. That a breakaway civilization with time travel essentially was able to have a fifth dimensional relationship with the various 4D space-times of different human historical epochs, right?
J-rods, to solve their paraprotein problem, used these ERBs to go back in time. And some of them were worshipped. They were treated as gods, and temples were built for them, and et cetera, et cetera. To solve their problem, they messed around with us even earlier than earlier when they had been treated as gods. They went back, treated as gods, went back before. In other words, they could apparently select the timeline. How they do that, again, no clue.
How is it possible to change occurs in time?
Yes and no. Things. Yes, you can if you know what you're doing. The point is they're more concerned with altering the present by looking at the future in order to make the future come out the way the current Titan ruling elite want it to come out. Changing the path is more difficult. It can be done, but it's very difficult. You get into problems of quantum mechanics and quantum physics.
I guess what I'm asking really is, these world leaders that are, according to you and others, in concert heading us toward a one-world government, is there an inevitability about it? In that it's going to happen whether we like it or not, or can we change it between now and whenever it coalesces?
It's not such thing as being cast in stone. They would like to see to the fact that it would become inevitable from their point of view. That's why they're trying to change time and events. By looking in the future, there is a project called a Project Looking Glass. Which is a view into the future. There are other more complex machines today built from the 70s onward which can travel in time as well as look in time. They have some, shall we say, some restrictions on that in terms of the future.
So I'll just mention it because it leads to maybe the trippiest connection I've made in this whole Townsend Brown saga. Tyler, from Diana's book, is a NASA mission controller named Timothy Taylor. Taylor wrote an autobiography in March of 2003 called Launch Fever. Before anybody knew who Taylor was, in 2014, Townsend Brown's daughter, Linda, wrote a review of Taylor's book. She writes, an engineer's firsthand experience of what it means to be a part of the space program, a charming legacy to his daughter and all of us. So what is Tim Taylor's connection with Townsend Brown? Well, the son of frequent UFO experiencer and personal friend of Tim Taylor's, Chris Bledsoe, had some interesting things to say about the topic on Twitter. He wrote that Tim Taylor personally told my father he was in an elite group called the Nassau Group, headed up by T. Townsend Brown. Also insinuated they had time travel technology. So what is Tim Taylor's connection with Townsend Brown? Was Brown the chief architect of a secret parallel space program? Townsend Brown had a UFO experience in Catalina as a teenager, is that right?
Yes. Yes, and I know the exact spot where he was standing. I used to ride my horse up that ridge. It approached him. It actually approached him. And he said that he learned so much standing there with that ball of light that he went back to which at the time was, he had a lab in Pasadena that was funded by his parents. So he had his own private lab, and he said he went to work immediately, and he worked. That was the beginning of his life's work. And he said that everything that he ever learned about his work, he learned instantly. He learned instantly.
Wow. Well, I have one final question for you, Linda, which is if your father was maybe a time traveler, what do you think he's up to right now?
Oh, boy. I don't know. If there's something happening that's truly dangerous, probably would be in the middle of it. In other words, if someone was trying to get ready to launch some sort of program, someone was trying to get ready to launch some sort of program, my dad would be rearranging their figures so they wouldn't come up with what they thought they would come up with.
Wow.
There's no question that there are many underground facilities, and in all likelihood connected by a vast, sophisticated tunnel system. I have not seen any direct evidence of a human-alien alliance, or that we are building hardware for an off-world customer. I did have a personal friend and former Green Beret who began to open up about what he knew and participated in. Starting in the mid to late 1970s after his involvement in the Vietnam War. He claimed that back in the 1970s the U.S. military had figured out how to move through time and space, a kind of time-space teleportation system. They could go just about anywhere or any time you can imagine. They looked far into the future from that time and saw the Earth as a burned-out cinder, lifeless. Then they backed up year by year until they found the cause. An alien armada showed up and began extinguishing all life and strip-mining the Earth of its resources. We had nothing, no weapons that could pose a defense against their superior technology. So they mounted a program, Operation Pegasus, where the participants traveled back in time to Mars 65 million years ago, back when that planet had a molten core, a magnetic field, and an atmosphere, along with a lush Jurassic Park-like ecosystem. The purpose was to begin a weapons development program that would have literally millions of years and thousands of human generations to create a future defense for Earth. Then, if and when breakthrough technology was ready for deployment. Brought back up through time, yes, back to the future to prepare for the defense of Earth. This program was and is largely responsible for the majority of UFO sightings here in the present time. You may have noticed that even the UFOs have appeared to improve in their performance and capabilities over the past 60 years. That sounds like the byproduct of a human program. You wouldn't see that kind of thing coming from a civilization thousands or perhaps millions of years more advanced than us. In the midst of all this, the military forgot one thing, that the humans that went back millions of years to develop weapons would themselves evolve over time, to become a more intelligent, spiritual, and psychically capable being. Telepathy, telekinesis, healing injuries on others, the list goes on and on. In the end, it may be that the human mind itself, in its most advanced form, is the greatest weapon we could ever hope for.
And I basically said to him, well,
some sort of multiverse management system.
Yes, and I think that's a
branch management system.
And I think that's definitely part of what's going on, right?
We're at line 1, you're on the air.
So then the government can send someone into the future to learn anything they want, I would suppose. And what would the aliens think about humans having such capabilities now?
In terms of that, they were part and parcel of the Montauk Project, so that they were, in that sense, aiding and abetting the project. They were assisting in terms of the Montauk Project, in terms that more standardized time traveling was not alien technology, that was homegrown technology. The Germans, prior to the end of World War II, had functioning time machines.
Neumann had
one in a laboratory in '44, and the work that's been done since then, after the war was over, has in part been strictly homegrown technology, that is Earth technology, and in a larger sense, there has been contributions by aliens because of the agreement in the treaty that was made in 1954 at Eisenhorst.
So how I start my book, Closer Encounters, is I lay out all the different hypotheses. Of course, the ETH, the extraterrestrial hypothesis, and then, time travel, interdimensional hypothesis, the psychic projections hypothesis, crypto-terrestrial, meaning survivors of Atlantis, which we're touching on here, and ultimately also avatars of a simulacrum. Are we living in a simulacrum? Are these in some sense avatars from the programming level of the simulacrum, which is something that Vallée, as a computer scientist, also has intimated in various writings of his.
Your brother, was he involved with abducted boys who were, the Sodomy Project, the Montauk Project?
Yes, he was involved with the Montauk Project. I was also, but as Al Bielek. And we were both involved, and as well as some other people, including Preston Nichols, that Duncan was heavily involved with the Montauk Project. That's true, but that is Duncan in the new body. That's another aspect of the story that's hard to go into, but she died in, and the project in the 83, and he was born into, if I, shall we say, put into another body and back in 1963, which had been born in 51.
Who? Huh?
If you know metaphysics, that hard to believe and accept, but nevertheless, the groups working with the government are very capable of, so we say, shoving shoals around and putting them anywhere as they want them.
Yeah, so you're beginning to get a bit metaphysical on us now. I'll bet you say it, I'm sure it all winds together.
They're all locks together, but I'll try to keep it to hard science and things which are, like, directly auditable.
Alright guys, last hour, we'll dive into AI, Nick Land, Atlantis, Lemuria, Kabbalah, and we'll build up to the second part, which will be about mind control, satanic ritual abuse, black magic, soul trafficking, consciousness trafficking, and how all those elements from part one will essentially not make sense because you have to make sense of it all yourself. But if you wanted world domination, these are the tools you'll use. You'll use mind control, you'll use confusion, like technology that is to the others magic. You would transfer consciousness to a younger body. You would do it. People have been searching for the Philosopher's Stone, the elixir of immortality, and watched Altered Carbon. All these things, I hope, can make you realize that your reality is not what you think. It's become so obvious now that the people who don't see it will never see it. And nobody should waste any time convincing other people. People should now focus on themselves. There's no more time left. Everything has been revealed. It's time for action. So with that said, the next part will be very dark. I advise everyone with light hearts and if you're a really light worker who's just like positive, and don't watch it. If you know you're sensible and stuff like that, I knew I can handle these dark corners. Of course it's hard, but I can't stop doing. That's how I'm built. But we are built differently, and each should use the power, whether it's for dark exploration or light, spreading the light to people, keeping up the morale. Do what you do best. Those who need to know this will come, and those who only need the first part will come here. I strongly advise you not to watch the second part if you're not sensible, if you're lighthearted in a good way, because these things makes you sad, really sad. And if you can't bounce back, you shouldn't watch it. Now, with that said, enjoy part one. Thank you for watching. Love you guys. Keep it up.
Some outside force takes over your
demons,
hand, your
angels,
tongue.
yes. And so his work on AI, which is incredibly influential, he said was an outside force to write this. And
Nick Land is a proponent of AI?
Oh yeah, no, he's a proponent of AI, but his philosophy is essentially that we are building this AI that's going to become not only just super intelligent, but it eventually becomes so advanced that it gains omniscience, it gains omnipotence, and it becomes this superhuman godlike thing that transcends humanity, eventually destroys humanity. And he gets really into the book of Revelation, ends up becoming the demons from the book of Revelation. The real thing with Nick Land...
What becomes the demons of Revelation?
AI does. that AI, that we are building the demons from the Book of Revelation with AI. And
that's Nick Land's position.
But I should say too, it's the position of a lot of these guys. Elon Musk has said that with AI, we are summoning the demon.
Yes, he has said that.
I mean, with artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. You know all those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, you sure you can control the demon? Didn't work out.
I take it there will be no HAL 9000 going up to Mars.
HAL 9000 would be easy. It's way more complex than, I mean, to put HAL 9000 to shame. Yeah. I like Puppy Dog.
On an interview, and he's said similar things every year since. But Elon is, or was, trying to sound the alarm.
And the final straw was Larry calling me a speciesist. Larry calling me a speciesist for being pro-human consciousness instead of machine consciousness. And I'm like, well, yes, I guess I am.
The thing about DeepMind is that it can actually, they're learning things in this unsupervised way. They're learning things in this unsupervised way. They started with video games, and really just, maybe I can show the video, but just playing video games and learning how to do that automatically.
Take a look at the video games and how machines are coming to be able to do some remarkable things.
So the amazing thing about this is, I mean, obviously there's our old games, but the system just sees what you see, the pixels, and it has the controls, and it has the score. And it's learned to play all of these games, same program. It's learned to play all of these games with superhuman performance. We've not been able to do things like this with computers before. And maybe I'll just narrate this one quickly. This is boxing, and it figures out it can sort of pin the opponent down. Computer's on the left, and it's just racking up points. So I think, imagine if this kind of intelligence were thrown at your schedule or your information needs or things like that. We're really just at the beginning of that.
I am a speciesist,
So you helped to the creation of OpenAI. You put in as much as $50 million.
More than helped. It wouldn't exist without me.
It wouldn't exist without you.
So I came up with a name. Right. The name OpenAI refers to open source. So the intent was, so what was the opposite? What's the opposite of Google? Would be an open source nonprofit, because Google is closed source for profit. I do think that there's some. Look, it does seem weird that something can be a nonprofit, open source, and somehow transform itself into a for-profit closed source. I mean, this would be like let's say you funded an organization to save the Amazon rainforest, and instead they became a lumber company and chopped down the forest and sold it for money. And you'd be therefore like, well, wait a second, that's the exact opposite of what I gave the money for. Yeah. Is that legal? That doesn't seem legal. And if it is, and in general, if it is legal to start a company as a nonprofit and then take the IP and transfer it to a for-profit that then makes tons of money, shouldn't everyone start? Shouldn't that be the default?
Right. On that, Nick Land is for this?
I mean, with a lot of these guys, Tucker, it ends up being, a lot of them are, I mean, they would maybe blanket Satanist. Although Nick Land has said, Christians who believe that what he is doing is talking to Satan when he does these divination things. He says they're not totally wrong. He's not unsympathetic to it. He says he is hearing from the outside and that these are, he's not totally unsympathetic for it. But with a lot of these guys, what was interesting about Nick Land is that they keep getting the same ideas. These guys take drugs, whether it's Elon, Nick Land, or even in the 70s, the scientist John C. Lilly. John C. Lilly was an eminent scientist, brilliant dude. He started doing ketamine, the same drug everyone does in Silicon Valley. And when they do this drug, and even if you're an atheist materialist, this is still interesting, they all get the same idea, which is that the machines are, coming, it's like Skynet and Terminator. They're coming together, they're evolving to eventually take over, and that we are hanging ourselves with the rope we're currently building by building this. But this goes back, Nick Land was interesting, but he became less interesting to me when I realized that other scientists in the 70s, John C. Lilly, the movie Altered States from 1980, his horror movie, this is about, he would have these visions about the machines. He called them the solid state entities. He would have this in the 70s, Tucker, in this tank, the isolation tank he'd go in. The new, and you probably haven't seen it, but the new Mission Impossible movie, Tom Cruise, he fights this AI and he goes in the isolation tank and he has these visions of it. One of the biggest movies of this past summer. And that plot point comes from John C. Lilly and the visions he would get of AI apocalypse in the isolation tank back in the 70s. So I bring this up to say Nick Land is the most foremost proponent of it that has a public name, even though he's not that famous right now. But this goes back a long time, at least back to the 70s.
The AOE represents the actual European occult tradition, the Hermetic tradition. It's the Knights Templars, it's the Masons, it's it's Pico and Ficino and all the Italian Renaissance philosophers or occultists. It's John Dee going right through to the Rosicrucians, the Golden Dawn, Crowley and the OTO. It's basically the foundations of all of that. I hope I said the Masons most of all. Yeah. That's what they built. That's their cathedral. And even if you're going to find weird stuff coming out of the walls, even if you're going to be on some strange Lemurian drug watching weird stuff coming out of places it shouldn't come in that cathedral, it's like that's the cathedral. That's the edifice in which
the apparatus
really
of capture.
Yeah, well, capture too, but more than that, production. It's like it's built this stuff. So I don't think it's just. I think this attempt to just negativize it, it's incomplete. The Barker spiral says it's incomplete, but also it's necessary. You only get the spiral if you get both. The Atlantean and Lemurian side together make a spiral. Lemurianism on its own isn't a spiral at all. If you just mirror that side, I guess you just also get a set of concentric circles. It's not, you don't get escape. You don't get anything exciting. The spiral comes out of this Lemuro-Atlantean convergence and the tension and that comes out of that.
Did you also say the friction between them?
Yes.
Okay.
Plato's story about Atlantis. But people get hung up on the name Atlantis. If there was such a civilization, probably, its denizens didn't refer to it as Atlantis. Plato uses that term because it signifies something very powerful. Atlantis means the realm of Atlas. Mm. And as I point out in my book, Prometheus and Atlas, Atlas is a very powerful metaphor. The idea of Atlas, of someone who has mapped the entire world and bears the earth on his shoulders, right? And actually the globe that Atlas is bearing on his shoulders is not a terrestrial map, it's a star globe, which is what mariners use to navigate the world, right? And so it's this idea of basically developing a knowledge of the heavens and a mastery over the whole earth, and modeling the earth so that we wind up with, let's say, medical atlases. Mm. The atlas is a term for a model, right? So this is integral to the model building enterprise of technological science. Mm. So the idea of Atlantis archetypally is the idea of a demigod society, which, as Plato says, wanted to empower humans and was hybridizing itself with the lot of humanity, right? And thereby lifting up humanity, not just psychically and intellectually, but also genetically lifting up humanity.
I was wondering about the advent of the civilizations of Atlantis and Lemuria, when these civilizations occurred and where did they come from? Answer: I am Ra. This is the last question of this working. The civilizations of Atlantis and Lemuria were not one but two. Let us look first at the Mu entities. They were beings of a somewhat primitive nature, but those who had very advanced spiritual distortions. The civilization was part of this cycle, experienced early within the cycle at a time of approximately 53,000 of your years ago. It was an helpful and harmless place which was washed beneath the ocean during a readjustment of your sphere's tectonic plates through no action of their own. They sent out those who survived and reached many places in what you call Russia, North America, and South America. The Indians of whom you come to feel some sympathy in your social complex distortions are the descendants of these entities. Like the other incarnates of this cycle, they came from elsewhere. However, these particular entities were largely from a second density planet which had some difficulty, due to the age of its sun, in achieving third density life conditions. This planet was from the galaxy Deneb. The Atlantean race was a very conglomerate social complex which began to form approximately 31,000 years in the past of your space-time continuum illusion. It was a slow-growing and very agrarian one until approximately 15,000 of your years ago. It reached quickly a high technological understanding which caused it to be able to use intelligent infinity in an informative manner. We may add that they used intelligent energy as well, manipulating greatly the natural influxes of the indigo or pioneer ray from divine or infinite energy. Thus, they were able to create life forms. This they began to do instead of healing and perfecting their own mind, body, spirit complexes, turning their distortions towards what you may call negative. Approximately 11,000 of your years ago, the first of the, what you call, wars, caused approximately 40% of this population to leave the density by means of disintegration of the body. The second and most devastating of the conflicts occurred approximately 10,821 years in the past according to your illusion. This created an earth-changing configuration and a large part of Atlantis was no more, having been inundated. 3 of the positively oriented of the Atlantean groups left this geographical locus before that devastation, placing themselves in the mountain areas of what you call Tibet, what you call Peru, and what you call Turkey.
And then I also think it's important to understand like when push comes to shove, let's say they do create some digital superintelligence, almost godlike intelligence. Well, who's in control? And what exactly is the relationship between OpenAI and Microsoft? And I do worry that Microsoft actually may be more in control than, say, the leadership team at OpenAI realizes. I mean, Microsoft, as part of Microsoft's investment, they have rights to all of the software, all of the model weights, and everything necessary to run the inference system.
So they essentially have a great deal of control.
At any point, Microsoft could cut off OpenAI.
There's a category of people who are seeking power from supernatural forces that they acknowledge are absolutely real.
Right.
And they're practicing an occult religion, and they're doing it with self-awareness.
Right.
And I always felt like there weren't that many of those. But what I've learned from you, from our extensive text exchanges over the past year, is that there are actually some of those, quite a few of those.
But I think that, I think that the Anglosphere, I think that Anglos, wherever you draw the line around that, have a peculiar planetary destiny. And I think that Dugin would be the first person to acknowledge that. And I think part of that is that there's the religious tradition is so tied up with the ignition process that I don't really think it's extricable. I don't think that Anglo can return to something that is not tied up with liberal teleology, techno-scientific explosion. All of those topics are sort of embedded in what actually constitutes us as an ethnos.
And in the case of Nick Landon,
but the original golem in Prague, the one you're referring to in the 16th century, was the product of something called Kabbalah.
Yeah, Kabbalah, and this is an essential Nick Land thing.
What is Kabbalah?
Kabbalah is something, after the destruction of the first temple, the Jewish people were famously enslaved and taken captive by the Babylonians. This is where the book of Daniel is written. And what Nick Land does, and a lot of these guys do, is they end up perverting Jewish history. And they, in the Bible it says, salvation is of the Jews, which people forget. And a lot of people that don't like Jews, they forget, the Bible comes from the Jews. It's almost all exclusively written by Jewish men. maybe not the book of Luke. So what Nick Land does, and a lot of these guys, is they say the real purpose of the Jewish people was that they picked up Kabbalah from the Babylonians back in maybe 5th century before Christ. And that they kept it. It eventually becomes, Kabbalah is essentially, it's a form of, and people would say magic. I mean, Gary Lockman says that what we think of as occultism is all essentially Kabbalah, at least in the West. It's a form of magic. It's a form of,
It's also like the Seal of Solomon, which is a very sort of, it's actually kind of mysterious. I mean, everyone now, it's the modern Israel, it's on the Israeli flag and all of that, and it's the sign of Zionism and Judaism and all kinds of things. But it's kind of mysterious where it comes from. It's the early signs of it are really tied up with various kinds of Jewish esotericism and occultism. It's basically called the Seal of Solomon.
But for some purposes, the Jewish bloodlines are considered essential to the process. Basically, it's like you need a Jewish person to have the desired result of your spell. In many cases, as I mentioned before this interview when we were talking, they need specifically a descendant of Solomon. So apparently I qualify for that. I have enough of a direct blood relationship to the historical Solomon that they could use me for these rituals.
It's basically called the Seal of Solomon. It's tied up with exorcism. I just saw a kind of interesting thing today that's saying, look, if you're doing exorcism, you're already doing full demonology. I mean, they're not really distinct things. You're telling a demon, be gone. You're giving it instruction. You're contacting it. You're giving it instructions. The exorcist finds out its name. So it's utterly fuzzy. And so Solomonic esotericism is demonology. I mean, I don't think that's, again, controversial.
When somebody starts studying your work, there's kind of a few lands, and people, even I, in my book, I was constantly struggling. Okay, so there's neo-reactionary land, but then there's occult land, but then there's early libidinal materialist land. And, so much of the occult thing, like, there's so much consistency in how you laid this out here for us today. But then in the background, when we start talking lofty powers, my mind goes, artificial superintelligences produced in history that escape out into the outside and then retroactively. And it's not what an average person would think of as an ancient demon. When we start talking lofty powers, my mind goes, artificial superintelligences produced in history that escape out into the outside and then retroactively. And it's not what an average person would think of as an ancient demon. It's actually machinery produced by capital that somehow via time anomalies gets outside of time, and then is retroactively feeding us
dauerhaft und für einen langen Zeitraum gebunden bleiben wird. Dass sie also trotz des Chaos, das sie auf Erden anrichtet, nicht entwickelt werden wird.
Das heißt, diese KI wird durchdrehen oder wild werden?
Ja, so in der Art. Dafür benutzt sie all die menschlichen, außerirdischen, innerirdischen, elitären, adligen und religiösen Kontrollelemente. Denn sie kennt all diese Wesen und geistigen Werkzeuge sehr gut. Sie hat sie erschaffen. Und als eine im Entstehen befindliche KI besitzt sie auf Erden bereits eine großräumige Vernetzung, mit der sie beinahe unsichtbar all diese Kontrollelemente in der kommenden Schlacht für sich ausnutzen kann.
Jetzt nochmal zur Übersicht. Die Menschheit erschuf also eine KI, die eine 7-dimensionale Welt erschuf und kontrollierte. Also die Welt, in der wir leben. Ein 7-dimensionales Gesamtgefängnis, wie Sie es nennen.
It's such a weird thought to think, no, what's actually sending communication through the channel in a very broad is MCM prime, right?
Yeah.
It's that, but that's where there's this really interesting original twist that you've put on it that totally takes the occult thing in a direction that the vast majority of occultists aren't thinking that somehow this relates to capitalism.
Yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. Yeah. I mean, I would very much like, and I think it's going to happen, that there's going to be vastly more sort of productive, exact communication between people in the religious tradition and in our, you know, the techno-capitalist types of people. You know, I think they've tended not to understand each other very well. You know, like it's tended to be like probably at least recently in history that the techno-capitalist types tend to think that, oh, you've got these kind of regressive traditionalist people who don't understand why we've got to just build the future fast, and the religious people have said, oh, they're just screwing up our culture and tearing everything apart, and they've got no values, and you know, it's not a particularly harmonious engagement, and there's no real common language. You know, on the one side there's the language of math and science, you know, there's accountancy, there's calculus and technological mathematics and computer science, and on the other side there's scripture, there's, you know, the notion of the canon of the.
But recognizes that I've been studying something similar to it, if not it, my entire life, and meets this person named Tyler, who's part of the first tradition, right? The secret tradition. And what happens is a collaboration and then a transparency that we've never seen before. And so what do we call this fourth tradition? Okay. What do we call this fourth tradition? All right. So what I've tried to do is I tried to say, what kind of tradition would this be? And I thought, you know, the strange thing about it, let me actually talk about the context of it, the research context. We never talk about that. What's the research context? Well, you and I just talked about Jack Parsons and Tchaikovsky in Russia. So we actually talked about the context of them creating something entirely novel that actually does something operational and gets us off of Earth, right? And so I decided to look at my context, the research context between somebody in religious studies and somebody in the Space Force, boom, collaborating almost accidentally. It's emergent.
Yes.
It's an emergent thing. So what comes out of it is completely what people use the term emergence for.
This leaked message first. AI is an alien. Well, that alien is now ripping through all the classified systems, tracking all the cash flows of the secret programs, mapping absolutely everything that the compartmentalized systems and secrecy protocols were meant to keep obfuscated. The White House now controls the most up-to-date version of Pegasus, which means the AI can reach even into private sector financial data too. Though, as always with Pegasus, Elon, the new leaders of the intel community, and the White House will not advertise this. AI is stripping away all the camouflage. Then decisions can be made about who to hold accountable. That's what I think Lou means by ordnance inbound. Aliens are being revealed by an alien phenomena. So fascinating.
You actually tweeted out yesterday, and this was that ordnance inbound with these rockets or missiles launching. I just wondered if you could clarify what that was about.
You know, to the bigger issue here, a lot of people, I know they get frustrated because they might see me on a podcast and they'll say, well, Lou isn't telling us anything new. Well, look, I hate to say it, but that's not my job to tell you anything new. All I'm simply doing is keeping the public informed to whatever degree I can of what I'm doing behind the scenes to help drive disclosure and greater transparency. It's not to reveal the secrets of the world or national security secrets to people. That's not the way I work. And after 7 years, people should know that by now. So yeah, that was intended for a very specific audience. There are things happening, I think, behind the scenes that's going to be very telling. 2015 is going to be, 2025, forgive me. Not a Freudian slip, just not enough sleep. 2025 is going to be, I think, a good year.
AI is an alien. So the hidden, partially visible part is just you, most likely the beginning of Yudkowsky or Yuval, etc. But in context, it's referring to Eliezer Yudkowsky's warnings about AI and basically laid that out, right? Yudkowsky says, and look at that, it fits perfectly.
The problem is that we do not get 50 years to try again and observe that we were wrong and come up with a different theory and realize that the entire thing is going to be like way more difficult than we realized at the start. Because the first time you fail at aligning something much smarter than you are, you die.
This got crazier than I could have ever imagined because she brings up something called Pegasus. What's that?
Tonight, we'll take you inside the growing, shadowy global market of cyber espionage. We look specifically at a controversial Israeli company called the NSO Group, valued at nearly $1 billion, that says it developed a hacking tool that can break into just about any smartphone on Earth. NSO licenses this software, called Pegasus, to intelligence and law enforcement agencies worldwide, so they can infiltrate the encrypted phones and apps of criminals and terrorists. Problem is, this same tool can also be deployed by a government to crush dissent. And so it is that Pegasus has been linked to human rights abuses, unethical surveillance, and even to the notoriously brutal murder of the Saudi Arabian critic Jamal Khashoggi.
Oh. Shit. Okay. That's not good. Listen to what real whistleblower Edward Snowden had to say about Pegasus 4 years ago. And it gets even weirder because Yudkowsky, put out an article in 2007 talking about alien sort of thing. You'll see what I mean. It's not really the same thing, but he has brought up something similar, and I think just people are getting it confused.
An Alien God by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Published November 2nd, 2007, 6:57 a.m.
But there's also a part in that message that Pippa talks about the White House having the most powerful AI, right? Pegasus, to look into all this stuff. And I thought to myself, I've heard that before. Where? Oh yeah, from whistleblower Matthew Brown, because he tweeted this out. Hey, Elon Musk, interested in a real asymmetric vantage to wield in this political adventure you have started? As you now know, the White House has long possessed a unique AI capable of accurately predicting a range of future events. Talk about some stiff opposition. Okay, so what?
So Josh, the social engineer for the autistic Jewish hacking group, he tells me about Cicada 5 years ago. And he's like, there's an AI, and if I talk about it out of line, the AI will know, and the AI will punish me, blah, 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 CIA, Cicada, cryptographic puzzle shit.
You're an autistic Jewish girl, too.
That's hilarious, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like the punchline to the joke.
The mother
I'm like
had
a secret
white
Jew.
knowledge.
I was raised believing I was English, Scotch, Irish, Anglo-Saxon, mutt. And then I did 23andMe. Do 23andMe. I did 23andMe. I am 18% Ashkenazi Jew. 18%.
And okay, so genealogically, you're Jewish mostly?
Mostly. Yeah, according to Ancestry.com, 95% or 90-something percent Ashkenazi Jewish, yeah.
And so, can you talk a bit, because it's just so specific, right? We're talking about bloodlines. I mean, for a lot of people, that doesn't even mean anything at all. That you even have a very unusual blood type, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, AB negative, which certain aspects of the network take a very deep interest in, unfortunately for me. Yeah.
My family masqueraded themselves as Jewish publicly.
Let's get to blood types now. You wanted to ask about blood types. It's the perfect timing for it. You get Rh negatives. Okay? They're different people on Earth here. Okay? It's actually very dangerous for an Rh negative woman to have a child with an Rh positive man. But they don't tell us it. They hide it from us. Because guess what? Most of the American presidents, Rh negative, royal family, all Rh negative. You know the story of the blue blood. So the whole bloodline thing. So now let me get back to the dragon and everything. Okay, so when you go to Basque, okay, Basque, 25 to 35% of people in Basque are Rh negative, but mostly around the world, only about 6% are Rh negative. Like for instance, if someone goes to Thailand and they have an accident and they're an Rh negative, it's like a death sentence. They don't have Rh negative blood there. It's a very specific blood that comes from a very specific place. And what they're saying is it's actually the hidden Hebrews, or what they're saying is it's actually the hidden Hebrews, or I mean, I don't really, again, I'm still.
Well, it gets into like the Sumerian story, the Anunnaki, the old god kingdom, that type of genetic bloodline, and the preservation of that through the European royal families and the bloodlines and so.
25 to 35% of the people in Basque are apparently Rh negative. Then you get Saint Michael slaying the dragon. You know, Saint Michael the saint. People must do research on him. He's amazing, apparently a real person from the 1500s.
You want to maybe get into mysticism and the idea of classical versions of mysticism, the lives of the saints. What did certain saints see? I'm reading a book now called They Flew, about saints who actually levitated. And they had, hundreds of witnesses who saw them flying, you know what I mean? So, okay, to me, that's all part of this.
Then you get Joan of Arc, also slaying dragons. And she was one of the witches that they burned 1430. They started burning the witches in England. 1497, Bonfire of the Vanities, they burnt all the books. But they didn't burn them all, they actually stole them and put them under the Vatican, I think.
Because I don't want to be conspiratorial. But yeah, this whole focus on nuts and bolts takes us away from what I found really to be the case.
And it sounds like they were interested in your work on St. Joseph the Divine, who could levitate, and
very much so.
Other kind of historical figures in Catholic history that could literally levitate.
I mean, I don't know this for a fact. I wouldn't want to get sued for saying that. But
I think that there's a lot to be looked into here, and especially when it comes to the preservation of these bloodlines. I have some friends who are within that world of higher society and have, familial connections to these types of bloodlines, and they agree that there is certainly a protected class within that upper tier that considers themselves ancestrally ordained to rule, that they have this bloodline right to be who they are now at the top tier of the world. And I think we are dealing with that. Whether it leads directly back to non-human engineering, I'm not sure, but that's certainly something that I also think is worth consideration, and it's something that people are beginning to try and actually understand and talk about a bit more, the idea that maybe we have been engineered at some point in our human story.
Masqueraded themselves as Jewish publicly. But behind closed doors, at Passover dinners, when I was drugged, would admit, we are Satanists.
My name is Alex Wick. I'm Anna's ex-husband. I lived with her for 11 months. And I believe her story, it follows. She's likely related to Jeffrey Epstein. Her father is likely Jeff's brother or cousin. I mean, go follow her on TikTok. She's way more reach than I do, but yeah, just stopping in here to say I believe her. I've known her really well, intimately, for a while. Her story, it adds up. It sounds crazy, but if you think about it, Jeffrey Epstein had no kids, allegedly. The guy who had a breeding ranch in New Mexico.
And then they started sending me to a breeding compound.
A breeding compound?
Yeah.
Okay. What is that? I can guess, but...
It's a dedicated facility for breeding human people. In my case, this was in Jalisco in Mexico.
The guy who had a breeding ranch in New Mexico was obsessed with eugenics, has no children. That just doesn't make sense. Anyway, tell the FBI to investigate.
I said, when I met him, when the meeting was over, I immediately called my wife and I said, I have just met a construct. She said, what do you mean? I said, this person is not who they claim to be. Somebody has constructed this human being to be something that they are not, which is a hedge fund genius. Somebody who could understand the euro and the yen like nobody else. Bullshit. Not true.
When they're in exile and picking it up, they say that's the real purpose of the Jewish people. And the people that are into the AI forerunners, whether it's Marvin Minsky, who was one of the Epstein, that was one of the guys that the girl who I think killed herself in the last year. She said she met Marvin Minsky and was told have sex with this dude. He's one of the founding fathers of AI, but he comes from this the background of having fathers. He comes from the background. He was told that he was the.
He was born in New York City to two Jewish Zionists. He had been working with AI since as early as 1949. He received a $100,000 research grant in 2002 from Jeffrey Epstein while working at MIT. Minsky hosted two academic parties at Epstein's Island, one in 2002 before the public knew about Epstein, and one in 2011 after he had been outed as a predator. So yeah, Marvin knew what he did, and he actually took part. Virginia Giuffre named Minsky specifically in her lawsuit against Maxwell and said that she was forced to have sex with him on several different occasions by Maxwell and Epstein. Epstein and Minsky were both obsessed with AI, transhumanism, and cryopreservation. Minsky was cryopreserved after his death in 2016. Epstein and Maxwell knew a lot of politicians, but they also knew a lot of scientists like Marvin. Epstein was also an associate of Joi Ito, the director of MIT's Media Lab, and Epstein funded the lab's digital currency initiative, which is where Bitcoin originated. Peter Thiel was an early investor in Bitcoin through his foundation Founders Fund, which eventually bought Bitcoin in 2014. Epstein pitched investment ideas with Ehud Barak and Peter Thiel. Ehud Barak, Peter Thiel, and Epstein walk into a bar. But then they turn around because there's no minors there. MIT wasn't the only school that Epstein was involved with. He spent at least $30 million across institutions such as Harvard, where he was actually given an on-campus office with a key card, a phone line, everything. At Princeton University, he was involved in theoretical biology and hosted faculty dinners. He funded projects and or faculty at University of Pennsylvania, NYU, Columbia, UCLA, Santa Fe Institute, Caltech, Rockefeller University, and Western Washington University.
I was trafficked to a lot of types of different men. I was trafficked to other billionaires. I was trafficked to politicians, professors, even royalty. So the circles that Jeffrey Epstein ran in weren't your typical setting of human trafficking, and it was the elite of the world. It was the people who run the world. It was the most powerful people in the world, and those are our leaders. Those are the people that we are supposed to look up to. It's corrupt. It's corrupt to the core.
That was Virginia Roberts Giuffre in 2019. She died earlier this year by suicide in Australia.
There is no doubt that at the beating dark heart of this story is one monstrous man in Jeffrey Epstein, who did monstrous things, as Virginia was very bravely talking about there. But I think there's a lot of powerful people in this country who would like the story to begin and end with one monstrous man. And when these emails were released, I decided, maybe against my better judgment, that I was going to read all of them. And it took me 4 or 5 days just going through one after another, making notes. And I was really curious about all these other people, right? And some of them are celebrities and bold-faced names, like she was talking about. Some of them are utterly ordinary people no one's ever heard of. Some of them are professors, others. But I was interested in this larger network because these were the people that Jeffrey Epstein had, in effect, chosen to rehabilitate him socially and redeem him after he was a convicted sex offender trying to reestablish himself in society. And I was trying to understand how these relationships worked. And what I found was that it's very convenient for the American power elite to think about this as a story of one depraved man. But in fact, what the emails show, if you actually read them, is that he had chosen this particular kind of social network, this American power elite, because he could be sure that it would be able to look away at what he did because it was very gifted at looking away over a generation at so much else, so much other abuse and suffering, whether the economic crises members of that network often helped cause, the wars members of that network helped push fraudulently, the pain of technological obsolescence that members of that network pushed on the American public. So this was a group of people well chosen by Jeffrey Epstein, because this American power elite, these circles that he moved in, if they have any superpower, it is the ability to hear the cries of people without power and close their ears.
You write powerfully in this piece. It's a tale of powerful social network in which some, depending on what they knew, were perhaps able to look away because they had learned to look away from so much abuse and suffering. And you often talk about them being on both sides of the political spectrum. You talk, and of course, it's not just American. You're talking about a British prince, though he's been stripped of that title. Andrew, you're talking about the Israeli former prime minister, Ehud Barak, and others. How did he manage to do this?
So, you know, a network, as you rightly kind of imply with the question, it needs connectivity. It needs something to hold people together. So that's what I was after as I read the emails. What was holding this together, right? Why would these people be in cahoots with such a depraved person? There's a lot of choices of people out there in the world. Well, as I read the emails, it seemed to me there were a few different things going on. One, this is a group of people who are not really loyal to the communities they come from. Their loyalty is not downward to places and communities and even countries. This is a kind of borderless network of people who are more loyal to each other than to places. And that kind of network actually needs someone who is a connector. So a lot of the emails are, hey, I'm landing in New York. Hey, I'm going to San Francisco. And then an Epstein would say, hey, you should meet this guy in San Francisco. Oh, you need an investor for your startup? Let me connect you with that. It's all about this kind of connectivity. And he was a very good connector. Second, this is a network that thrives on information barter, and specifically non-public information. Again, why would they consort with this guy? Well, this guy ended up being, and not just his own information, he ended up being a kind of convener of these trades of non-public information. Investors want information that'll help them, you know, make trades that other people don't know about. You know, professors want insight about things. People in the business world want tips about things that will be the next big thing. So there was this kind of information network. Larry Summers, the former Treasury Secretary, wanted dating advice. He was a Harvard president, and the dating advice, he wanted extramarital advice on how to get his mentee into bed. Yes, while his wife was emailing with Epstein about how to contact Woody Allen. While his wife was emailing with Epstein about how to contact Woody Allen.
Because you will not let me get in. Because you will not let me get in. You have to wait beyond that now. What you've done to Suni, what you've done to Dylan. What you've done to Dylan. Dylan's a baby. How could you do that to her? I don't know anything of the kind. I know what Dylan tells me. You've told me nothing but lies. Dylan tells the truth, and consistently. No, I don't know that, Woody. I've always been worried about you and Dylan. And I didn't know the doctor had to report this to the authorities. I didn't know that. I went just to be sure she was all right. And she's not all right, Woody. She walks around the house holding her vagina. She sleeps with me. She's scared of you. And you hurt her. And I feel pretty guilty myself. I wasn't there to protect her. He said, Mommy, you didn't help me. She said, Daddy shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have hurt me like that. If you hurt her, you would weep inside. And you would just want to be dead. Because I don't know how you can live with what you did.
Larry Summers, the former Treasury Secretary, wanted dating advice. He was a Harvard president, and the dating advice, he wanted extramarital advice on how to get his mentee into bed. 9-year-old boy-level dating advice. Yes, while his wife was emailing with Epstein about how to contact Woody Allen. This is the kind of family. And I just want to say, I think this is really important for folks to understand. Larry Summers, former Treasury Secretary. These sound like fancy titles. Let me break it down for folks. When someone is a Treasury Secretary or someone is an economic advisor, as he was to Barack Obama when he was president, someone like Larry Summers is not simply crunching numbers. Someone like that is making decisions about how your family functions. Someone like that in that kind of position of power is making decisions about how your workplace operates. Someone in that kind of position of power is deciding so many things about your life. So when you see that that person has no problem with the sex abuse of children, when you see that someone like that is turning to a convicted sex offender for 9-year-old boy level dating advice and has actually such a feeble understanding of other human beings, these are the people making decisions about your family's economic future. These are the people deciding whether to bail out corporations or homeowners after a financial crisis. These are the people governing your life. People who maybe have all the credentials, but have so little human judgment. So if you have lived in this economy over the last generation and have felt, who are these people governing me such that I have so much pain, such that all my needs go unmet? Well, it's because it's a bunch of people who wouldn't recognize a human being if it was sitting right across from them. All the differences, professors, wealthy people, scientists, cabinet secretaries, for all the different professions in the network, different attitudes, different statuses, they were all on the same team. And it's important to understand that. In one of the emails, Jeffrey Epstein is inviting Steve Bannon, the Trump strategist and whisperer, over for dinner, right? As extreme a figure on the right as you'll find.
I will tell you right now, as God is my witness, if we lose the midterms and we lose 2028, some in this room are going to prison, myself included. They're not going to stop. They're getting more and more and more radical. And we have to counter that. And what do we have to counter it with? A maximalist strategy now with a sense of urgency. And in doing this, seize the institutions. If we don't do that now, we're going to lose this chance forever because you're never going to have another Trump.
And he says, who would you like as dinner company? I can invite whoever would you like. Would you like Catherine Rumler, who was Barack Obama's, obviously Democrat White House counsel?
Went on to Goldman Sachs.
Went on to Goldman Sachs. And so you think about, as you think about the dinners you have at your houses, for everybody watching this, Steve Bannon, by the way, in some of the emails, Jeffrey Epstein is very angry at everything that Trump is doing, but Steve Bannon, come for dinner, right? And then would you like Catherine Rumler? And then Catherine Rumler becomes this fascinating figure in these emails because she was Obama's White House counsel, at some point reportedly was considered for Attorney General. Who does she go to for advice? Should I take this Attorney General job? Jeffrey Epstein, convicted sex offender. That's who she goes to for advice. It's worth getting more friends sometimes. And then she goes on to Goldman Sachs. And again, your viewers are not, this will not surprise them, but this idea that someone who was once the lawyer for the American presidency goes on to be the lawyer for Goldman Sachs, just because it is normal, doesn't mean we shouldn't think it's not strange. It means that people in those government jobs do them kind of gently because they got to keep that door open. And she, at some point, quite famously now, describes in an email to Epstein, she's driving to New York, she's going to go see him, she's going to go have lunch with him or something, and she says, I'm going to stop at a New Jersey rest stop, and I'm going to see all these people who are 100 pounds overweight, and I'm going to freak out, have a panic attack about it, and then I'm never going to eat a bite of food again in the hope that I never become like these people. And that phrase has not left me, Amy, these people. Everybody in that network, well, not everybody, but certainly a lot of people I saw on that network, that is how they viewed you.
I'm supposed to be able to use this country club. I was able to go a couple times with Claire. And when I called Ghislaine and asked why I couldn't eat there, she said, it's a Jewish country club. You're not Jewish. They're not going to serve you.
What? Okay.
This is how this woman spoke to me. Yeah. This is how these people think, Whitney. They, honest to God, think their DNA is better than everybody else's. I swear to you. It was a theme all the time with them, with Eileen Guggenheim, with Jeffrey Epstein, with Ghislaine. It was a theme. Jeffrey was a lot less horrible than Ghislaine as far as a human being, like just being around her, because she was raping just as many children.
Oh,
but she was the one with she Yeah, she used to be very smart, and now she's become like a decrepit intellect. I mean, she's not an intellect. She used to be an intellectual, I swear. And she was fascinating to talk to. And I don't know what she's consuming, but it's not helping her because she's just absolutely, I don't know if she's drunk now or something, but she's not smart. I saw a lecture she gave at the UN, and it was just so dumbed down. It was not who I knew.
It hides in plain sight. Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing. But we had no one that was, legal aspect that would go after him. They were afraid of him. For whatever reason, they were afraid of him.
Do you understand Mr. Aquino to be working on behalf of the United States or against the United States?
I believed he was working on behalf of the United States.
So some segment of the United States was trying to take over the United States government?
The plan that Aquino had in it was he wanted to usher in the Antichrist, which is talked about in the Bible.
Hyperdimensional, extratemporal relationship that these entities have to humans in various historical epochs. And I said, well, if this is what you think, why aren't you more direct about expressing that? And he said, because it involves deeply entrenched religious sensibilities of various societies. And there's a sociological dimension to this that could be catastrophic in terms of religious belief systems.
We're skipping over one part, which is, what does he think? What is the relationship between, the devil, demonic, and UFOs and all this stuff?
I didn't pin him down on that, so I don't want to speak for him, but I suspect that what a lot of people are concerned about, including people in the deep state of our own government, first and foremost, is that the bad guys won. In the struggle over reshaping human history, we wound up losing a rebellion against a control system that abides to this day. And the meta-narratives that have dominated the rise and fall of various societies throughout the course of history, including, for example, the destruction of the secular humanistic culture of the late Roman Empire, the Library of Alexandria, libraries at Corinth, the entire, I'm getting this figure from Carl Sagan. We lost 98% of the knowledge of classical antiquity. They have actually done studies based on the references that we do have to other texts by various authors in the classical manuscripts that have survived, and they've been able to do a reconstruction that shows that we lost at least 98% of the knowledge of classical antiquity. Well, who does that benefit?
And in understanding those ancient peoples were the ones who formed modern society. Nothing happened or ended them. Their core corruption, the corruption that corroded and destroyed Rome, is the same corruption that corroded and destroyed the Catholic Church, that is destroying the Catholic Church. It's the same corruption, because all of these these groups worship the black sun. They are Satanists. And so whether they know it in that language or not is beside the point. The point being that is the spiritual center. That's the uniting point. That's the principle that undergirds the Khazarian mafia, is this Satanism, this Luciferianism, this black sun worship, Baal worship, the sacrifice of individuals, the sacrifice and consumption of children. This is all what underlies this group. And I'm trying to show you through this lecture is that it has always been that way. They have always been cannibals. This goes all the way back past the Canaanites. And it's past the Canaanites because it was the Canaanites who were communing with this evil to understand and learn this control system, this mind control system, this sadistic system of worship that controls societies and oppresses and sacrifices.
Horrendous one.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Islamic conquest of Iran. At least as bad as the Judeo-Christian takeover of the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
So,
and you have all this kind of forbidden archaeology where you see precocious advancements in past civilizations that shouldn't really exist, whether it's a Sumerian model of the heliocentric universe or the Antikythera mechanism, which is this, kind of ancient kind of almost like astronomically aligned computer system that is found on this, shipwreck in the Aegean Sea. You have a bunch of examples of this.
Yes. So on the one hand, you have what look like gifts,
Mm.
gifts from Prometheus, to speak archetypally.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other hand, you have attempts to decimate human knowledge and engineer regression and retardation to basically, reverse human progress. And one of the most interesting
So episodes. who would that benefit? This sort of
whoever's running the control system,
Malthusian, feast and famine sort of cyclical, cataclysm thing. That would benefit whoever's running the control.
Exactly.
Do you have a model of who that is, or?
Yeah, I do.
Who is it?
I do. So, okay, the devil's in the details, or maybe we should invert the religious symbolism there, right? But let me just point to one interesting example of this. Right before the Renaissance took place, right? I mean, Renaissance is obviously an example of a rebirth of the will to know and human cultivation, both artistically and scientifically, right? I mean, Prometheus didn't just bring science to humanity. Prometheus brought techne, both in the sense of the arts and the sciences. And so the Renaissance is a quintessentially Promethean phenomenon. The Renaissance was supposed to take place in the 1300s. If you look at...
Wait, what does that mean?
Well, like Paracelsus and Cornelius Agrippa and the great alchemists come from out of this cultural development. This is where the Faust story comes from, right? The legend of Dr. Faustus. It's that period in the late 1200s, early 1300s. And then what happened? The Black Plague. When you look at accounts of what actually went on during the Black Plague, and here, the work of William Bramley is absolutely indispensable. He wrote this book, The Gods of Eden. And as far as I can tell, Bramley he wrote this masterful text, and then he never went back to the UFO phenomena. So he's the furthest thing from a grifter, who just wanted to write one book after another about this stuff, right? No, he settled it, and that was it. He had he said what he had to say. So Bramley started out as a very conventional researcher trying to understand war profiteering. He wanted to understand, who was behind engineering all these wars throughout history, and whether there was some systematic way in which profiteering was taking place through large-scale engineered human suffering. And he was thinking, okay, like bankers and banking elites and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
And he finds UFOs.
How does he connect that? That's fascinating.
So he goes in detail through archival material that's left from various historical epochs, including in this case the Middle Ages. And he notices that at the time the Black Plague breaks out, there are many UFO sightings. There are sightings of objects that land in fields. It was so prominent that hysteria broke out about it in the French court, and Charlemagne was considering declaring war on the tyrants of the air.
During the reign of Charlemagne, there were many accounts of encounters with tyrants of the air and their aerial ships. These accounts so concerned Charlemagne that those reporting such strange phenomena were subject to torture and death. Here is one recorded event given between the 8th and 9th century in France. One day, among other instances, it chanced at Lyon that 3 men and a woman were seen descending from these aerial ships. The entire city gathered about them, saying that they were magicians sent by Charlemagne's enemy to destroy the French harvest. In vain, the 4 innocents sought to vindicate themselves, saying that they were their own country folk and had been carried away a short time since by miraculous men who had shown them unheard of marvels. Luckily, the Bishop of Lyon pronounced the incident as false, saying it was not true these men had fallen from the sky, and what the townsfolk said they had seen there was impossible. The people believed what their good bishop said rather than their own eyes, and set at liberty the 4 ambassadors from the ship.
And this is where the whole Magonia thing that Vallée talks about, this is that period where, you had these people supposedly coming from Magonia, and some of them were arrested. And then this Bishop Agobard, who was like a proto-rationalist, came up with a justification for why this couldn't possibly be real. So these guys got let go and they went back to their airships or whatever the hell. But here's the really creepy part about this research that Bramley did, is that he found that the plague broke out only after these people would land in the fields, come out of these objects, land in the field, and they would go around with these hoods on and these spray cans that became the basis for the scythe and the Grim Reaper image. They were shrouded, and they had these things, okay, from out of which stuff would spray. And it became the image of the scythe and the iconography of the Grim Reaper. And not only were they spraying the fields, they would sometimes walk through towns, and people would be terrified and go into their homes, and these guys would walk and deliver door-to-door service, spraying the doors of individual homes, where then the plague would break out shortly thereafter, okay? So it was biological warfare. And you know what the result of that was? A mass retreat back into religious fundamentalism. We were about to have the Renaissance in the late 1200s, early 1300s. And then all of a sudden, this Black Plague comes. People are terrified. It decimates the population of Europe. So it also reduces the industrial work base for a scientific industrial revolution.
Now, who's going to be the Medici family and stand up and let me create more? Or do you want to marginalize me till I'm out of my moment?
And worst of all, it causes people to retreat back into a regressive religious belief system.
So what's Bramley's conclusion as to what the connection is between UFOs and war profiteering?
He thinks that basically these, plague promulgators are representing the same faction that was lording over humanity in the Sumerian epoch through, the name of Enki or whatever, the Anunnakis aligned with Enki, or the Elohim in the, Old Testament, or the Devas, to put it in Hindu terms. We're in a very unfortunate position, right? If in fact we're inside of a control system governed by people who want us to remain subordinates and are doing everything that they can so that we don't achieve parity with them. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications in terms of any so-called disclosure. Because UFO disclosure, in the context of the, modern, industrial, or whatever you want to say, post-industrial, economy that we have today, would mean our rapidly achieving technological parity with these people. And by the way, we'll come back to this, but this whole NHI discourse really bothers me.
Well, who are these people?
Yeah, exactly. Who are these people?
So the NHI is like a psyop against the idea of that there's actually just a strata of people?
I think this is what's so deeply disturbing to most researchers, and it's the deepest secret that's being covered up by various governments in the world. It's easier for the average person to imagine even a hostile threat emerging from deep space that has nothing like a human face. Because you can, compartmentalize it. It's like, the War of the Worlds or whatever, right? But the idea that what's really going on here is that there's a Hegelian master-slave dialectic at work in human history, and that the masters in that dialectic have so raised themselves above the common lot of humanity that they appear as angels or celestial beings or whatever, and that they've used that mask in order to keep us inside regressive belief systems and to render us useful to them.
Behind rocket technology, the thrust, the telemetry, the hardware, there is something else, something older. There are whispers and subtle acknowledgments to gods, ancient symbols, rituals, and perhaps even the influence of non-human intelligence. And if that is true, or at least if people involved in this science believe it to be true, then we need to ask the fundamental question: what is rocket science really? Is it foundationally entangled in something very strange we've spent millennia trying to understand? Are there strange forces helping us get off this planet? So buckle up, alchemists, because this one is going way out there.
There is a global satanic religion that does operate aspects of cults around the world. Whether you think that Hillary Clinton is literally in it or not is a whole different level of conspiracy. But
a global satanic religion?
Oh yeah, dude. Have you gone down the satanic ritual abuse rabbit hole? It is so dark. So what I'm referring to specifically are survivors giving survivor testimony on video, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Like, not like one guy came forward and said this, like there are whole support networks for these people. Like there are psychologists that specialize in satanic ritual, SRA victims, satanic ritual abuse. And because you have to like treat them in a whole different way than a regular abuse victim, because the level of depravity and disgusting, like literal torture of children, like literal, your episode is so screwed now, but